From distant lands we gather, hearts of fire all along. Oh, big Nick, cause we follow through the storm and through the fight. For Valhalla we will borrow strength and might under moonlight. Warriors of the ancient sea, songs of glory dark and bold. In the night, our spirits free, legends born, tales unfold. Oh, big because we follow through the storm and through the fight. For Valhalla we will borrow strength and might under moonlight. From horizons wild we roam, with thunder in our soul. Every battle brings us home to the stories ages told. Oh, big Nick, cause we follow through the storm and through the fight. For Valhalla we will borrow strength and might under moonlight.
Hey, oh, folks, welcome back. We are entering day 2 of the Florida versus Alicia Andrews, the Julio Foolio murder trial. And hello, YouTube. Hello, Twitch. And StreamYard, for fuck's sake. Why can't I stream to Rumble all of a sudden? Are you sorry, folks, for the curse words this early. I do not know what's going on here. Let's end. Set up new live stream. Yeah, sorry, folks. Hold on here while I try to do this. Dun 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 dun. Right now. Sorry, folks. Again, let's see here. Why, Delilah? Okay. Remove, save, edit, add, save. Dun dun dun. There you go. There we go. All right, we are live from at Rumble as well. All right, at least for now. All right, hello, hey folks. Yeah, now we are first going to watch in 1.25 speed the last of the afternoon from yesterday while we wait for today to start. Dun, dun, dun. Sound enhancer number 1. Sound enhancer number 2. All right. Let's see who the next one is. Brief recap of yesterday. Prosecution had an opening statement for 2.5 hours. They mentioned Alicia for maybe 5 minutes. The rest was the other 4 co-defendants who are not on trial now. They severed her case. And the prosecution's opening statement was long, boring, and they presented speculation as fact. That's about it. Then it was the defense opening statement's turn. They were short, concise. She didn't know what those 4 were up to, more or less. And yeah. And then we watched a few witnesses. And I mean, foundational witnesses. That's about it. And civilian witnesses. 1 civilian witnesses. We ended with 1 civilian witness yesterday, and fearful, obviously, but didn't actually bring anything. That was the woman who, well, she didn't see anything because she was in the 3rd car. She was using the bathroom at the hotel when everything went down. So, not so sure what she brought to the table. But she did, during cross-examination, reveal that she is normally hangs around people who don't like Julio Foolio. That was interesting. All right. Now, let's get into the last bit. All right, call your next witness. Let me know if sound is okay. Hello, Rhonda. Hello, Gigi. Hello, Jenny. Hello, Kat. Hello, Mavka. Good to have you all here. Oop. There. Put show comments on stage. Now we are ready. Now we are ready. And remember, YouTube things, which is the same over Twitch and Rumble. Like and subscribe.
Just raise your right hand. Just want to the court, right?
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, Bill.
Okay, so Mr. Norris, I can see you're upset. So it's very important, however, that you be able to retain your composure. So do you want to take a moment in order to kind of gather yourself?
I'll be straight.
Pardon me?
I said I'll be straight.
You'll be straight?
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay, you're good. Okay, that's fine. All right, thank you. You can proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Norris, you might want to try to get closer or pull that microphone towards you so you're not having to lean over.
There you go. I think.
I know you're soft-spoken. I just want to make sure we can hear what you're saying. Okay. Good afternoon. Would you please state your name and spell your last name for the court reporter?
Yeah. Did you notice that? The judge already called him Mr. Norris. So this cutting out.
And Mr. Norris, where do you live? What city do you live?
Now, because he
Here,
is,
I believe yesterday or this morning to testify in this case.
yeah, because he is there and he's not supposed to be shown. They also choose to not reveal the name.
It was, okay, I got like 2 days ago.
2 days ago. Okay, I know we got delayed in jury selection. Where can you tell the jurors where you work?
Post-
You work at the post office?
Yeah,
Okay, what do you do for the post office?
I'm a mail handler.
A mail handler? Okay. Mr. Norris, how long have you lived in Jacksonville?
My whole life.
Okay, so you were born and raised there? Did you go to high school there?
Yes.
Okay. Now, did you know Charles Jones, the victim in this case?
Yes.
And back in the summer of 2024, how long had you known him?
I don't know about it. I don't know, about 10 years.
About 10 years? Do you remember how you met him?
Not exactly. Not exactly.
Okay. Now, your friendship with him back in June of 2024, was it just that, a friendship?
Yeah, like, cause,
Like cousins? In this case, at some point, you were interviewed by the police. Did you refer to him as your cousin?
yes.
Maybe? Okay. I'm going to call your attention back to that summer of 2024. It would be June of 2024. Do you remember coming here to Tampa from Jacksonville?
You talking about before everything happened?
Yeah, coming down here for that trip?
Yeah.
When everything happened in this case?
Yeah.
Okay. And did you come down here with Charles?
Yes.
And did you actually drive with him?
Yes.
And were you driving in his black Charger, his Dodge Charger?
Yes.
Do you remember what you all were coming down here for?
To celebrate his birthday.
Okay. Do you remember how old he was turning?
That's 26.
26?
Yeah, 26.
Was there someone else that traveled in the car with you and Charles?
It was Robert.
Robert Howard? Okay. On the way down here, did Charles Jones and Robert Howard, did they switch off driving? Each of them driving for a part of the trip down?
Yeah.
Okay. When you all came down here, do you remember coming down on a Friday?
Yeah, I think that's the night. I think that's the night we got here.
Okay. And did you end up staying at an Airbnb or a house down in St. Petersburg?
Yes.
Okay. And then the next day would be Saturday. Did you all leave there and go to another Airbnb, another house?
Yes.
Now, when I came out to talk to you a minute ago, you were sitting next to Miss Randolph out there. Do you remember her being there?
They got there that night.
That night?
The night it happened, they got there that night.
That night, okay. All right. And do you remember a woman named Armani Turner also coming?
Yes. They rode together, they got there that night.
They rode together, okay. Now, that Saturday, the house you all are at, do you recall that being in Holiday up in Pasco County?
No, I don't know exactly. I don't really know. I don't know the place like this. I don't know.
Yeah, I was going to ask you, do you know Tampa very well, or the Tampa Bay area?
It's my third time being here.
Okay, so this would be the second time you've been here?
Third, because I came here before y'all rescheduled the last trial.
That's right, we did, you're right. That night, that Saturday night, did Charles Jones throw a party at that house?
Yes.
Okay. And do you remember him inviting people over direct messaging over Instagram?
Yes.
Okay. And did a lot of people show up?
It was people, about 20-some people there.
Okay. And at some point, did someone call the police to come out to that house?
I think the owners did.
Okay. And did the party kind of get shut down?
Yes.
And did you all have to leave the house?
Yeah, we was already leaving to go to the club, so everybody just got all their stuff and left.
Okay. So you were already leaving to go, but you just grabbed all of your stuff and left? Was the plan that you were going to go to the club and come back and stay at the house, was that the original plan?
No, we were gonna probably find like a hotel or something to sleep.
Oh, okay. Over close to the clubs?
Yeah.
All right. So let's go to that. So you all leave the Airbnb and you go to some clubs in the city of Tampa. Do you remember that? Do you remember one of those being a place called Teasers? Does that sound?
I think that's the club he had on his flyer. Yeah.
Okay.
That's the first club we went to that night.
First club, yeah. All right. And did Ms. Turner and Ms. Randolph and some people come in another car?
Yes.
Mr. Norris, are you okay? Are you cold, or you want to take a break?
I'm good.
Okay.
Okay. Just let us know if you need to take a break, okay? So do you also remember another car with a girl named, what's her name? Ilea, I'm sorry, Ilea and Tafa McCrae. Do you know those two people?
Taifa, that's my cousin.
Tafa's your cousin? Okay. Do you remember them also being there?
Yes.
Okay. So 3 cars, and you all go to this club. when you get there, do you remember kind of standing there with everyone, and then Charles gets out of the car?
Like teasers?
At Teasers, yeah.
Yes.
Okay, do you remember going in the club?
Yes.
And when you all went in the club, did Charles Jones at some point do something, make an appearance or perform or something inside the club?
Yeah, we went but we went in there alone. We went to the other club because it was like the court was like boring, so we went to the other club.
Sorry.
Yeah, I couldn't hear that either. If you could try to speak up.
I said
a
we
little.
went in, but like the club was like boring, so we ended up going to the other club.
Okay, all right. So you go into that first club, Teasers, and that's a strip club. There are strippers in there or women that are
I
dancing?
think so.
Okay. But there's a lot of folks in there.
Yeah.
Okay. You leave there, and then you all drive over to another club?
I think Truth 18.
Truth 18, okay. Do you remember that club, the Truth 18 one being up on a second floor, and you had to go upstairs?
Yes.
And did you all end up going into that club too?
Yeah.
Yeah, as GD says, why is the prosecutor leading so much? Because he can. The court seemed to allow it, and the defense doesn't object to it. I would assume that his whatever testimony he has is not that important, but still, I believe that the defense should object on leading questions just to put it on the record.
At some point, do you leave Truth 18 and start driving to a hotel?
Yes.
All right. So let me talk to you first of all about Teasers and Truth 18. When you're in those two clubs, any issues with your group or anyone else?
No, there wasn't no issues. That whole week, it was going good till the shooting happened.
Okay, so it's going good till the shooting, okay. So you didn't have any beefs, no one had any beefs with anyone, any fighting, arguing, anything going on in those clubs?
No, sir.
Okay. When you leave Truth 18, you all end up driving to a hotel. Do you remember pulling up in front of the hotel where the entrance is?
Yes, that's when he went there to see about the rooms, and they came back saying we couldn't get the rooms, so that's why we were sitting there trying to find another hotel.
Okay. So that's what Charles Jones was doing. He was looking for a hotel on his phone.
Yes.
All right. Now, do you remember being in the back seat behind Charles Jones?
Yes, I was in the back seat laying down, then I was like me got back, but I fell asleep a little bit after.
Okay. So you fell asleep after that, after he came back to the car, or you started dozing?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember being woken up at some point, or woke up?
Yes, I think when the car hits, I don't remember exactly what it hit, but the car hit something that woke me up.
I'm sorry.
The car hit something and woke him up. Before the car hit something and that woke you up, did you hear any gunshots?
No, I didn't hear any of the gunshots.
Okay. And you think you were asleep at that point?
Yes.
After the car hit something and woke you up, can you just tell the jurors what you saw inside of the car at that point?
First thing I saw was Julio laid up, so I already thinking like it was a car accident. First thing I looked up, saw the
Sorry, I can't understand.
Okay.
So just try and
All
talk
right.
slowly and clearly, okay? I know it's difficult. So what happened when something hit the car? What did you see?
You said you saw Foolio laid out?
Yeah, first thing I saw was Julio laid up. I thought it was a car accident until I looked up, saw the bullet holes, and I saw Zay covered in blood yelling.
Okay. So you thought it was a car accident, and then you looked up, saw the bullet holes, and you saw Zay. Is that Xavier Edwards?
Yes.
You saw him covered in blood.
Yes.
All right. So let me talk to you about Xavier Edwards. I don't know if we talked about him yet. So Xavier Edwards was also there at the clubs with you all?
Yes.
And he was driving the Dodge Charger coming from the clubs to the hotel?
Yes.
Okay. And he's covered in blood. Is he saying anything at that point?
Yes, he was yelling.
What was he yelling? And you can say exactly what he said.
Yes, he was like yelling like fuck, like I don't mean exactly everything. I just remember him yelling fuck.
Okay, so yelling fuck.
Yes.
Okay. Well, did he appear to be upset?
Yes.
Okay. At some point, do you all leave the car and go somewhere?
Yeah, he ended up me to come on, and that's when we went inside the hotel.
You all went inside the hotel?
Yes.
Okay. Now, at that point, when you're in the car and you get out of the car and start going into the hotel, do you know that you're wounded?
No.
Okay. Do you know that Xavier's wounded, though, because you can see blood, right?
Yes.
And you've seen the bullet holes in the car, so you know that something happened with gunfire.
Yes.
All right. So you all go into the hotel. Do you remember, Mr. Norris, were you all running or walking fast, or how were you going about going
We
in?
was running, trying to get help.
Running and trying to get help?
Yeah, so fast. I ain't think about my phone or nothing. So we're trying to get help. And nobody came out, so we went to the third floor because we didn't know if they would have came back. Tried looking for us, so we went to the third floor.
You left your phone in the car?
Yes.
Okay. So when you get in there, if I understand what you're saying, you all went to the third floor. You got on the elevator?
Yeah, we was on the first floor trying to get help first, then we went thinking like, just leave from right here because we don't know if they would have followed us in there or not. So we went to the third floor.
Okay. So you didn't know if the shooters, whoever did all this, would be following you?
Yeah, I didn't know. So
When you were trying to get help on the first floor, were you trying to knock on doors or open doors,
knocking, yelling out for help.
yelling out for help?
Yeah.
Okay. So you all get on the elevator, you go to the third floor. Do you get off the elevator on the third floor?
Yeah, we got out the elevator and he didn't like feel like he was gonna pass out and land against the wall. And he told me to check his head, see if he was shot. And that's when I realized I got hit. When I looked down at his head, I saw a hole in my arm.
Okay. So he wanted you to look at his head because he thought he had been hit. Xavier Edwards thought he'd been hit in the head.
Yeah.
And then when you tried to do that, you saw this hole in your arm?
Yes.
Where were you shot?
I saw, like on my
Okay.
close to my shoulder.
Do you still have a scar from that gunshot wound?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I have the witness show the scar to the jury?
Yes.
Mr. Norris, if you can stand up and just kind of move about, so turn around so that these folks over here can see your arm. Okay. Now, you can go and have a seat again. Thank you, sir. Do you obtain Xavier Edwards' phone and try to call for help?
Yes, man. He had realized he had his phone, so he told me to call for the police to get the ambulance. So I called.
Okay. And at some point, did police officers come off the elevator?
Yes.
And when the police officers came off the elevator, did they come down the hall towards you all?
Yes. We were like directly in front of the
You were right in front of the elevator?
Yeah.
Okay. Did the police at some point try to help you with your wounds?
Yes.
And did they call for fire rescue for EMT or paramedics?
Yes.
And did those paramedics come up to the third floor eventually and assist you and Mr. Edwards?
Yes.
Do you remember being taken out of the hotel on a stretcher?
Yes.
Okay. All right, so let me approach first. Can I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as stage 68A, and just ask if you recognize what's in the photograph.
Yes.
You recognize that? Okay. Do you recognize that as Charles Jones' black Charger?
Yes.
Okay. You okay?
I'm good.
You sure?
Yes.
We can take a break. if you need to.
I'm good.
Okay, all right. And then I'm going to show you these photographs. This is states 25A, and 25B, and then 25C. Do you recognize the photographs?
Yes.
Are those photographs of you in the hospital, Mr. Norris?
Now, the judge said this person was very upset when he took the stand, which clearly he is, but also speculatively it also sounds like a bit of withdrawal. But since we can't see him, I don't know anything about his history. That's just speculation. But you can hear he's clearly upset when they are showing him the pictures.
Yes.
Okay.
All right. I tell you what, I'm just gonna have the jury step up momentarily.
All right.
Tissues right there.
You're like paper towels.
and I know it's challenging looking at photographs of yourself in the hospital, but it is important, since you are testifying, that you be able to testify without being too emotional. So we'll just take a breather here and give you a chance to kind of collect yourself. Are there any other, are you objecting to these photos coming in? Do they need to be authenticated through?
No.
Okay, they can come in. Okay.
All right, good enough. There's nothing wrong with getting emotional. If you need a break, we'll just take a break, okay? Everyone here understands.
We're good.
All right, bring it back in.
Yeah, that'd be great. Thank you. Appreciate it.
All rise.
Thank you.
That's it. Appreciate it.
All there is in it.
Okay, so State, you're going to move some items into
Yes.
evidence?
State would tender states 25, A is in Alpha through C is in Charlie. We would tender 68, A is in Alpha. And then we would tender states 26, A is in Alpha through E is in Echo.
Okay, any objection to these exhibits being admitted?
No objection.
Okay, admitted?
Your Honor, I'm going to publish, Mr. Norris, you don't need to look at these, they're going to be up on the screen, but I'm just going to publish these briefly. This is states 25, A, publishing on the overhead Elmo. States 25, B, and states 25, C. Publishing state 68A. Mr. Norris, do you remember how long you were in the hospital here in Tampa?
I don't know, just a couple hours. They could patch me up. They said I was okay, but I had to wait on my parents to get him.
You had to wait for your parents? Did your parents come down from Jacksonville to pick you up?
Yes.
When you got back home, were you working at that time?
No, I was out of work for about a month or two.
Okay. Were you working at Sam's at some point
Yes, I was working at sales around that time.
around that time? Okay. Were you able to go back to work?
Yes.
Mr. Norris, do you know Alicia Andrews, or did you know her before this incident?
No, sir.
Did you know an individual named Isaiah Chance before this happened?
I could probably tell on social media.
You knew who he was from social media? Did you know him by the name Gutta or Guttaze?
Yeah, we had followed each other on social media.
Followed each other? Okay. Did you know either Rashad or Davion Murphy?
No.
Okay. And did you know a man by the name of Sean Gathright?
No.
Okay. And you've become aware of these people now since this case happened, I'm assuming?
Yes.
Okay. You have one moment here, Ryan?
Yes.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Okay, cross.
Excuse me.
How you doing, Mr. Norris? I'll be quick, all right? You know what 6 Block is that correct?
Yeah, song stuff, yeah.
You heard of it?
Yeah, like song, they used to say like song stuff, yeah.
Song stuff? Is that what you said?
Yeah, I still out here like songs and stuff.
Okay. Was Foolio a part of 6 Block?
And you say that songs,
I can't hear what you're saying.
I said he used to say it and see like speak on his songs.
So Foolio would speak about 6 Block in songs?
Yeah.
Is it a music group?
I think just, I think sister meant like something to him. I don't know exactly what it was.
You don't know exactly what it was? Was it a neighborhood?
No, I say like something it was something that meant for him, but like I ain't never know exactly like what it was.
All right. Do you know?
Oh, bullshit.
Are you involved in anything called 6 Block?
I don't get into anything.
I couldn't hear you. What'd you say?
I said I don't get into anything.
You don't get into anything? Is that a no?
No,
All right. So you're not a part of any rap groups?
no,
Have you ever been involved in a music video before?
no.
You've never appeared in any music videos before?
It got at the repass. At the repass, they end up getting me in the background like recorded. So that's in the music video, but like just damn music videos, no.
So I can make sure I heard it correctly. Somebody got you in the back of a music video before, you said?
Yeah, like at a repass, they recording video at a repass.
At a repass?
Yeah,
Which repass?
Julio repass.
Okay. So is that the repass was made into a music video? Yes?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know what ATK is?
I hear about that song.
You hear about it in songs? Is that a yes?
Yes.
All right. You're not a part of any gangs. Is that what you're saying?
No.
All right. Do you know who Alicia Andrews is?
No.
Is Alicia Andrews part of any gangs?
I don't know. I don't know her from kind of thing.
You don't know Alicia Andrews from a can of paint. Is that a no?
Yeah, I don't know her.
All right. Was she at the Airbnb the night that you were in Tampa?
No, I never saw her before.
All right. So she wasn't at the clubs either. Teasers or Truth 18. Is that correct?
No, I never saw her.
So you can't speak to whether she knew that Julio Foolio was going to die. Is that correct?
Objection.
What's the legal basis for the objection?
Calls for speculation.
Well, that is true, so, but you can answer if you know.
Do you know?
What? What kind of ruling is that? First you acknowledge it's speculation, and then you still allow him to answer? If he knows. We went through this yesterday during the state's opening statement, when the defense objected to something stupid the prosecution said, and she both overruled the objection and told the prosecution to change the question. This is strange.
Whether Alicia Andrews knew that someone was planning to kill Charles Jones.
No, I don't know that.
You said you do know someone named Gadaze?
Yeah,
All right. And you followed that individual on social media?
yeah, it was somewhat cool, like talking stuff. It was no more than that.
I didn't hear what you said.
I said like we were like somewhat cool, like we'll talk, but it was like no more than that.
Okay. You said you would talk to Gadaze on social media sometimes. Is that accurate?
Yeah.
Okay. To your knowledge, did Gadaze have an issue with you?
No.
You were cool with Gadaze?
Like it was straight.
All right. And to your knowledge, did Gadaze talk to anyone else in your friend group?
I'm not sure.
You're not sure? All right.
Yeah, the trial transcript of this witness,
Robert Howard, is he your friend?
interesting.
Yes.
And do you know if Robert Howard spoke to Isaiah Chance to Gadaze?
I'm not
Objection,
sure.
Your Honor. Relevance, he's not asking anything reference time.
Okay, sustain the objection. Ask him more.
Who was in the car with you? It was Robert Howard and Julio Foolio in the car with you the night of the murder, correct?
You talking about when the shooting happened?
Yeah.
No, Robert was in the car.
Robert was in a different car?
Yeah.
Robert rode in a car with you at some point that night, right?
Earlier that day.
So earlier that day, Robert Howard was in the car with you and Julio Foolio, is that correct?
Yes.
But at the time when you all were at the hotel, Robert Howard had switched. He got out of the car that you was in with you and Julio Foolio and got into another car, correct?
No, not at the hotel.
Not at the hotel, but before you got to the hotel, Robert Howard got out of the car, right?
Yeah, I didn't get that time we were leaving from the B&B.
When you were leaving from the DMV?
The B&B.
The B&B. So when you left from the Airbnb, you're saying Robert Howard was in the car with you at that time?
No, he was in a different car.
Okay. But sometime that day, Robert Howard was driving the car, the Charger that Julio Foolio was in?
Did he drive that day? I'm not sure if he, I don't remember if he drove that day.
Okay. Do you know if Robert Howard ever spoke to Gunner's Day before?
I don't know.
All right. No further questions.
Hey, redirect.
Yeah, good shot.
Mr. Norris, when you went
Okay.
to Teasers and Truth 18, you all got out of the car and you walked into the clubs, correct?
Yes.
Overrule, go ahead.
All right. Did you circle around the parking lot and walk around?
Seriously, Judge? First you said the other question was speculation by saying, yes, that's true, and still allowed it. And now this is not speculation. I mean, you got to make up your mind. Now, this is leading and speculation, in my opinion.
Around the parking lot at either of those clubs?
Not, I think but 218, we sat down for a minute because he was trying to book the room.
You stood by the car?
Yes.
Okay.
We stood out there a minute before we walked up there because Foley was trying to book the hotel room.
But you didn't walk out towards the main street and go up and down the sidewalk or anything like that? Okay. The music video that you said you got caught in the background in, is that what happened? You got captured in the background?
Yes.
Okay. I want to ask you about that. You said it was a repass video.
Yeah, it was there, and they were recording videos, and I just got caught in the background on them. I think one or two. It was like 2 videos.
Was that the repass for Charles Jones?
Yes.
And a repass, so the jurors who don't know what that is that like a celebration of life?
Yes.
So, a celebration after he had died?
Yes.
And there were people there videoing?
Yes.
And you got caught in the background?
Yes.
And were there a lot of people at that celebration?
Yes.
Nothing else, Your Honor?
Okay, thank you. May this witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Norris. You are free to go, okay? Okay, all right, who's gonna be your next witness?
Doja Randolph?
Okay,
Okay, next witness will be Mr. Randolph.
Do you swear to affirm that the testimony you're about to
Another
give
one
will be
that
true,
we
the full
won't
truth,
see
and nothing
the
but
face
truth?
of?
Yes, thank you.
okay, you can have a seat, and I can tell you're soft-spoken too, so it's very important, Ms. Randolph, that you speak into that microphone so we can hear you, okay?
Okay.
Or Miss Randolph.
Okay, you may proceed.
Please state your full name for the record. And Ms. Randolph, where do you live?
Jacksonville. I'm sorry.
I am having trouble hearing you, so you gotta speak a little louder.
Jacksonville.
How long have you lived in Jacksonville?
My whole life.
Your whole life? And you are very soft-spoken. Can I ask you to get a little bit closer to the mic? Thank you. You said you've lived in Jacksonville your whole life, is that correct?
Yes.
I'm going to ask you, did you have plans to travel to Tampa in June of 2024?
Mm-hmm.
I'm specifically going to ask you, June 22nd of 2024, did you come to Tampa on that Saturday?
Yes.
Who did you come to Tampa with?
Money.
Monty? Is that Armani Turner?
Okay, is that a yes?
Yes.
Okay, just please make sure you say yes or no as opposed to so, thank you.
Do you know who Charles Jones is?
Yes.
Had you met Charles Jones before that weekend?
Yes.
Approximately how many occasions had you met Charles Jones?
Well, I know him since 6th grade.
Since he was 3?
Since 6th grade.
6th grade, I apologize. What was his rapper name?
Fully.
Foolio?
Yes.
And back then in June of 2024, did he have a relationship with your friend Armani Turner?
Yes.
Do you know how long they had been dating at that point?
Well, they had just got back together for a couple months, but they used to date back in the day when we was kids.
Okay. And this weekend, you said you traveled with Armani Turner from Jacksonville to Tampa, is that correct? That weekend of June 22nd of 2025?
Yes.
Who was driving?
Money.
What kind of car did she have?
A Hyundai.
Was that a gray Hyundai?
Yes.
Was there anyone else with you and Miss Turner in the gray Hyundai?
Yes.
Who else was with you?
Xavier.
Xavier?
Yes.
And are you referring to Xavier Edwards?
Yes.
Did all three of you travel down from Jacksonville to Tampa on that Saturday?
Yes.
Where did you go in Tampa?
To the Airbnb.
An Airbnb. Okay, I'm not going to ask you the address, but it was an Airbnb, is that correct?
Yes.
What was going on at the Airbnb?
Nothing. Everybody was just chilling.
You say everybody. Approximately how many people were at the Airbnb?
I don't know, more than 10, more than 15.
Of the people you've already mentioned, Armani Turner, was she at the Airbnb?
Yes.
Okay. And what about Charles Jones?
Yes.
Did you know anyone else that was at the Airbnb?
Yes.
Who else did you know that was there that night?
Gino.
Gino Norris?
Yes.
How long would you say, well, let me ask you this. Approximately what time did you get to that Airbnb where Charles Jones was on that Saturday, June 22nd of 2025?
Like 11:45, 11:50
When you say 11:45, are you talking AM or PM?
p.m.
So at night, it was already dark out?
Yes.
What happened when you got to that Airbnb in Tampa?
Nothing. We just walked in, seen all the people, spoke to the people we knew, and we was just in the kitchen, and we was just posted up in the kitchen.
And how long, did anything unusual happen at that Airbnb?
No.
Were there any fights or any kind of incidents at the Airbnb?
No.
At some point, did the police show up at the Airbnb?
Yes.
What happened when the police showed up?
Nothing. Me and Monty talked to them and told them we was down here for her boyfriend's birthday, and nothing was going on. They said they got a call about a fight, and we let them know nobody wasn't fighting or anything, and they said, okay, enjoy your night, and they left.
And at some point, did you all leave the Airbnb?
Yes.
Before we talk about that, you said that you were there for Armani's boyfriend's birthday. Is that correct?
Yes.
Was it his birthday? Was it Charles Jones' birthday that weekend?
Yes.
Was he scheduled to appear at some nightclubs that weekend as well?
I'm not sure.
Do you know whether or not, did you go to nightclubs that weekend?
We went to 2 clubs.
Do you remember the name of the clubs that you went to?
No.
What time do you think that you went to the first club?
I don't know.
Okay, so you got there after 11:45 p.m., is that correct?
Yes.
Would it have been after midnight going into June 23rd of 2024?
Yes.
So you were at the Airbnb for more than 15 minutes?
Yes, because we stayed, helped clean up, pick up, changed, and everything like that. He waited for us to change, and we helped him pack up, and then we left to go to the first club. I think it was like an hour away or something.
Okay. And I want to talk about how everybody gets to the first club. How do you get to the first club?
In the car that I came in?
Armani Turner's car?
Yes.
That's the gray Hyundai, correct?
Yes.
Who is in the car with you in the gray Hyundai going to that first club?
Me and Monty, I think. Or me, Monty.
Armani Turner?
Yes.
Okay. Is there anyone else in the car with you that you can remember?
I think Robert had got in then, or he got in after the first club. I don't know, but I know me and Monty was together the whole night. So.
Okay. And you said it may have been Robert, is that correct? Are you referring to Robert Howard?
Yes.
But did you also say that he may not have gotten in at the first club, but maybe at the second?
No, like on the way to the first club.
Okay.
I don't remember, but I know I was in the car with Monty. But after we left the first club, on the way to the second club, I know he was in the car with us. When we left the second club, I know he was in the car with us.
Okay. So you were in a car with Armani Turner when you went from the Airbnb to the first club.
Yes.
Did other people from the Airbnb also go to the first club, but in other vehicles?
Yes, they was already there.
They were already there? You met them at that club?
Yes, when we left, it was only the car Charles was in and the car me and Monty was in. We followed each other there.
And so you're following behind the car that Charles Jones was in, is that correct?
Yes.
Do you remember who was in the car with Charles Jones?
Everybody else, I think, like him, Gino, Xavier, Robert.
Okay. So you believe Gino Norris and Robert Howard and Xavier Edwards were all at that point with Charles Jones in the car?
I think so. I don't.
And you went to the club?
Yes.
Any instance or any incident that occurred at the first club?
No.
And you said you went to another club, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now let's talk about, are you still in the same vehicle with Armani Turner when you go to the second club?
Yes, I never changed vehicles.
And at this point, does Robert Howard go from Charles Jones's vehicle into the vehicle with you and Armani Turner?
Yes.
Do you know whether or not there is another vehicle that Camilla Bentley is in?
I don't know who that is.
Okay. So were there some people in the group that you didn't know?
There's a lot of people I didn't know.
But did your vehicle stay with Charles Jones's vehicle?
Wherever he went, we went.
And at that second club, do you know approximately how long that you were at the second club?
No.
Was there any issue at the second club?
No.
What happened after you left the second club?
We got in the car to go to the hotel.
You were in the same vehicle the entire time?
Yes.
Who's in the vehicle with you at that point?
Me, Monty, and Robert.
Okay. And you said that Charles Jones was in the vehicle, is that correct, in the other vehicle?
In his car, yes.
Okay, and who was with him at that point when you're leaving the second club to go to the hotel?
Gino, Xavier, and himself.
Gino Norris and Xavier Edwards?
Yes.
So when you get to the other club, when you get to the hotel, what happens?
He go inside for like 2 minutes. He come out.
When you say he, you said he goes inside. Who are you referring to?
Charles.
Charles Jones?
Yes. When he come out, he texts Monty and say, no, he called her, text her, and forgot. And he was like, they said they gave his reservations away. So we like, okay, we finna look at some hotels. So we all just get on our phone and we start trying to find hotels that's near. And he said one of his other friends told him they went back towards where the Airbnb was because everything in that area was already booked up. So we was just on our phones trying to find a hotel that was close by because it was already late.
So what happened at that point?
We was in the car on our phones listening to music, and then we heard gunshots. So then we was looking like, Then I cut the radio down, and we heard them some more, and it sounded like they was closer, but we couldn't tell what direction that they was coming from. And we like, oh no, we getting shot at. And Monty put the car in reverse, and we just, yeah.
Okay. So you said Armani Turner, she put the car in reverse, is that correct?
Yes.
And did anything happen in the parking lot when she put the car in reverse?
Yes, I think it was his cousin car. They went to drive, we went in reverse, so we kind of hit each other. And then we just both ended up getting out of the parking lot. And when we got out of the parking lot, we seen a car, which we thought was Charles' car. So we made a U-turn, and when we made a U-turn, we realized it wasn't his car. And we ended up going down the street, and we seen the police, and we hopped out and was trying to tell them, like, oh, we just got shot at. But they wasn't listening, so we hopped back in the car and made another U-turn. So they hopped in their car, and they chased us, and they called for backup, and we led them to where we found Charles' car at.
Okay. So you said that you ran into law enforcement, is that correct?
Yes.
And did all of you, Armani Turner and Robert Howard, all get out of the vehicle at that point?
We got out. Me and Monty got out when we seen the police. And we were trying to talk to him. He wasn't listening. We hopped back in the car. Me, Robert, and Monty got out when we came back to the hotel and all the police was with us. And we didn't see his car. We rode around until we seen it. And when we seen it, everybody hopped out the car.
Okay. And what happened when you hopped out of the car?
The police had hopped out and told us to stop moving and told us to back up. And from where I was, I could see, like, in his car because I was on the passenger side. So, like, I seen him.
And you said his car. At that point, did you notice Charles Jones' car in the parking lot when you came back to the hotel?
Yeah, we had pulled up right in front of his car.
At some point, those police officers that you ran into on the roadway, did they come back and follow you to that location?
When we got back in the car and pulled off, they pulled off with us.
Okay.
And they called for backup, and I guess the other officers met at the hotel, and they told us basically we was running from the police and not do that again.
Okay. At some point, did they take your interviews and realize that Ms. Turner's boyfriend had been the one that was shot in the other car?
Yes.
And did you provide an interview to law enforcement?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification, States Exhibit 2E. Do you recognize this, Ms. Randolph?
Yes.
Is that a fair and accurate picture of where Armani Turner's car came to a stop after it came back to the hotel after the shooting?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, we'd introduce into evidence States Exhibit 2E. Any objection? No objection. Admitted. Ms. Turner, can I ask you, I'm sorry, not Ms. Turner, Ms. Randolph, can I ask you to step down and point out to the jury which car in this picture is the vehicle Armani Turner drove and the one that you were in all night? The one to the right with the doors, well, they both have the doors open, but the one to the right of the photograph? Yes. Okay. And there's another vehicle. Is that the vehicle that you saw eventually when you got out of the car and started talking to law enforcement?
Yes.
And is that the vehicle that you had previously seen Charles Jones in prior to the shooting?
Yes.
Okay. And is that the location where it was when you came back to Home to Suites after the shooting?
Yes, that's where we found him.
And prior to coming to court today, did I ask you to look at a video that was from the Instagram feed of Charles Jones on June 22nd of 2024, going into June 23rd of 2024?
Yes.
And did that accurately depict his Instagram feed on those dates?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, I would introduce into evidence State's Exhibit 85C.
Any objection?
Yes.
Yes?
On the sidebar, there are good evidence, which means we can skip ahead.
And yes, tell me again what item,
No more at the bench. So that's a sidebar.
and yes, tell me again what item we're admitting.
95A.
95A. Okay, admitted.
Okay.
And Ms. Randolph, is this the location of the Airbnb that Charles Jones and his friends were having a party at June 22nd of 2024?
Yes.
And you recognize that Airbnb and the people that are in that party?
Yes.
Okay.
The people that I know and myself.
You recognize yourself in there as well, is that correct? Okay. And is Miss Armani Turner, your friend, is she in there as well?
Yes.
And that individual right there, is that Charles Jones that night?
Yes.
And is that what he was wearing that night, June 22nd of 2024, going into June 23rd of 2024?
Yes.
And you said he was celebrating his birthday?
Yes.
Is this that last club that you went to with Charles Jones on June 23rd of 2024?
Yes.
And is that you actually, are you part of that group going to that club with Charles Jones at Truth 18?
Yes.
And are these some of the flyers that show that he was going to be there on Truth 18?
I'm not sure. I don't know.
Okay, testing. I accidentally yanked the cord out of the microphone, so just checking here if is sound still wonky. Just let me know.
June 23rd of 2024, when you all got back to the hotel and saw Charles Jones' car, how long were you at that location before you were able to speak to law enforcement officers about what had happened?
Hours.
Hours? Okay. At some point, did Charles Jones' mother come to that location?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I have one moment?
Yes.
So in the video, I do want to ask you just one more question about that party at the Airbnb. And in the video, it can be seen that there is Don Julio, is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
Was there any special, to your knowledge, was there any special association with Don Julio to your friend Charles Jones, Julio Foolio?
No, he doesn't drink.
He doesn't drink at all?
No.
Okay, all right, thank you so much. Nothing further, Judge.
Okay, Cross.
Okay.
And when you say that Julio does not drink, that video that we saw earlier, it shows him drinking that one night. Is that correct?
Yeah.
And that was the only night you've seen him drink ever before?
Yes, he's never been a drinker.
Okay. Do you know who Alicia Andrews is?
No.
You ever met her before?
No.
Have you ever seen her before?
No.
All right. Do you know what 6 Block is?
Yeah.
What is 6 Block?
Something that he sang about.
Something that Charles Jones sang about?
Yes.
Okay. How long has Charles Jones sang about 6 Block?
I don't know. He been rapping since 6th grade.
Okay. Has he been rapping about 6 Block since 6th grade though?
He been rapping about a lot of stuff since 6th grade.
But what about 6 Block?
I don't know how long he been rapping about that.
All right. Is 6 Block a group?
No.
Is it a gang?
No.
All right. If I were to ask you whether you're a part of 6 Block, would you say yes?
Uh-oh. Didn't the prosecution in opening statement say that 6 Block was a gang? Oh.
Or no?
No.
You're not? You're not a part of 6 Block?
No. Did you
All right.
see that? I was a part of 6 Block.
I can't hear you.
No.
Okay. Are you a part of ATK?
No.
Do you know what ATK is?
Yes.
What is ATK?
Something. A group, I guess.
A group? All right. Do 6 Block and ATK?
I mean, this is the second state witness that refuses to acknowledge that 6 Block and ATK urban youth group, as John Gary. Yeah. Now, this will be noticed by the jury, I believe, when the state witnesses refuses to answer simple question, especially after the prosecution said it in opening statements.
ATK get along?
I don't know. I'm a girl.
When you say you're a girl, what do you mean by that?
I don't get into all of that.
Okay. The night, you said earlier that you were following Julio Foolio around. Wherever he went, you all went. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. You weren't in control of the vehicle?
No.
You weren't driving?
No.
And did you know where you were going every step of the way?
No. I've never been here.
At any point in time when you were riding around with your friends, could you have just gotten out of the car and went home?
My ride. I was riding around with my ride.
So you could not just get out of the car and go home, correct?
No.
Earlier you said Robert Howard.
Good point. She was just a ride along. She just went with them. Isn't that weird? It's almost as if when you're in your ride, you just can't pack up and leave.
Was inside the car with Foolio at some point in time, is that correct?
Yes, he was already down there when we got down there.
All right, so Robert Howard's in the car with Foolio, and he's also in the car with Gino at some point?
Yes.
Gino Norris, the witness that was right before you?
Yes.
The videos that we saw there is Alicia Andrews in any of those videos?
I don't know.
Was she at the Airbnb with you?
I don't know.
Was she at Teasers with you?
I don't know.
And was she at Truth 18?
I don't know.
All right.
I don't know her. She could have been.
You're aware of, obviously, the type of music that Julio Foolio made, is that correct?
Yes.
That is drill rap?
Mm-hmm.
That he rapped about dead people?
Everybody from my city do that.
You said everybody from your city does that?
Yes.
So it's a common thing in Jacksonville?
Yeah.
All right. And these people that are rapping about dead people or killing people, they are rapping about killing each other's friends?
I don't know.
You don't know?
I don't
Do you
know.
listen to the music?
Not really.
Why not?
I don't get into all that.
You don't get into all of it?
Yes.
All right, but you do hang out with the people who make the music?
I don't hang out with nobody. I've known him since 6th grade.
Okay. Have you hang out with him since 6th grade?
I got invited to his birthday party and I went.
All right. So if other people in that group of individuals that went out to the birthday party, if they were gang members, would that make you a gang member?
No.
All right. No further questions.
Okay, redirect.
No redirect, Judge.
Okay, may this witness be excused?
Yes, you may.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. You're free to go. All right, who's your next witness?
The state would call Camilla back, please.
Okay.
Another one that you're not supposed to say the name of? Hi, Erin. Been talking to a guy who lives in Jacksonville, and he told me there are 4 rival gangs there. It's bad. Yeah, yesterday I had a bunch of people explaining to me what's going on in Jacksonville, and it's not good.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you.
Okay. Yes, you should sit and you should speak loudly so that we can all hear you, all right? Into the microphone right in front of you. All right, you may proceed.
Thank you, Judge. Please state your full name for the record.
Camille Bentley,
Miss Bentley, where did you grow up?
St. Augustine, Florida.
And is that close to Jacksonville?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you also have family in Jacksonville?
Yes, ma'am.
And so I'm going to ask you, and you said you grew up in St. Augustine. Was there any point where you lived in Jacksonville?
No, ma'am.
And let's talk about June of 2024. Do you remember that time period?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you have a friend back then by the name of Aaliyah Albritton?
Yes, ma'am.
How did you know Aaliyah Albritton?
That was one of my good friends.
How long had you known her?
We known each other on social media for a while, and then we became really close. So for about a year and a half.
Year and a half. Were you supposed to go to a girls' trip on June 21st of 2024?
Yes, ma'am.
Where were you supposed to go?
Here, Tampa, Florida.
Did you know somebody here in Tampa?
Yes, ma'am.
Who did you know?
I have a friend here named Nisea.
And who were you going to come to Tampa with?
It was supposed to be me and Aaliyah, and we were supposed to meet Nisea here.
Did your plans change a little bit?
Yes, ma'am.
How did they change?
We ended up being at an Airbnb with others.
How did that happen?
From just, well, it
Just
was supposed to be me and
chance?
Aaliyah. It ended up being me, Aaliyah, and I guess someone she was talking to at the time. And we came down here with him.
Was that Typha McCrae?
Yes, ma'am.
And so did you ride down here to Tampa with her and Typha McCrae?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you remember what kind of vehicle Typha McCrae had?
Yes, ma'am.
What type of vehicle?
A Nissan,
What color?
black.
It's a black Nissan Altima?
Yes, ma'am.
When you came down with Typha McCrae and Aaliyah Albritton, was that on a Friday or Saturday?
It was Friday.
Where did you go when you came to Tampa that Friday?
We just stopped to a gas station and went to an Airbnb.
Who was at the Airbnb?
When we first got there, it was no one there. I think maybe one of his friends. I'm not sure. I'm not aware.
Later, did you find out that Charles Jones was staying at that Airbnb?
Yes, ma'am.
Had you ever met Charles Jones before?
When I was there that weekend.
That weekend. But prior to that weekend, had you ever met Charles Jones?
No, ma'am.
Had you been familiar with a person by the name of a rapper named Julio Foolio?
Yes, ma'am.
Why were you familiar with that name, Julio Foolio?
He's just a big artist in the city,
What city?
Jacksonville, Florida.
And even though you grew up in St. Augustine, you said you had family in Jacksonville, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And were there times where you would go to Jacksonville and hang out in Jacksonville?
Yes, ma'am.
And when did that start?
Well, I kind of grew up in Jacksonville and St. Augustine. I have family and friends all over. So,
And you said he was a big rap artist, is that correct?
yes, ma'am.
Did you see any of his music or anything about him on social media?
Yes.
What type of social media were you on back in June of 2024?
In the beginning, I was on Instagram, and Facebook, and I think that's it. Twitter, maybe?
And were you familiar with the type of rap music that Julio Foolio, Charles Jones played?
Yes, ma'am.
Drill rap music?
Yes, ma'am.
What does that mean to you?
To me?
Yes.
Nothing.
Were you into drill rap music?
Was I into it? I listened to it.
You listened to it. Were you aware that there were rival groups in Jacksonville that would do rap music against the other group?
Yes, ma'am.
I just love how the prosecution says rival groups. When everybody involved knows it's gangs. Seriously.
Did you know what group or what gang Charles Jones, Julio Foolio was associated with?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh,
And what
there you
gang was
go.
that?
I'm assuming KTA.
What was that,
I'm assuming KTA as far as I know.
as far as you know? What was the rival gang? Do you remember?
ATK.
ATK, okay. And are you familiar with a rap artist by the name of Young and Ace?
Yes, ma'am.
Was he associated with ATK?
Yes, ma'am.
And had you ever met either one of those people before?
Met as far as the two rappers?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
And that weekend was the first time you had met Charles Jones, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Had you met Young and Ace before
Yes,
from
ma'am.
ATK? When did you meet him?
Probably when I was younger.
When you were younger? Okay. Was it somebody that you personally knew and considered a friend or anything like that?
No.
Were you also familiar with him because of his music and his rapping in Jacksonville?
Yes, ma'am.
Were a lot of your friends familiar with both of those rap groups, ATK and Charles Jones, Julio Foolio?
Yes, ma'am.
So going back to that Friday and the Airbnb, you said that he wasn't there at first, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
At some point, did he get to that Airbnb?
Yes, ma'am.
What did you do the first night that you were there, that Friday, June 21st of 2024?
Well, we first got to the Airbnb and it was no one there. And I was waiting for my friend Nisea to come get me and Aaliyah. And she finally showed. There was a backyard area with the pool, and me and the girls just sat out there, and I didn't realize that the guys were inside. And we came inside, but we weren't really around. We were just sitting in an area just by ourselves, just with the girls. And we left, and that was that.
When you say we left, who are you referring to?
Me and Nisea.
Where did
And
you?
Aaliyah.
And Aaliyah. Where did you, Nisea, and Aaliyah Albritton go?
We all went out.
Where?
We went to some club
Where did you spend the night that night?
at Nisea's house,
Where did Aaliyah Albritton stay the night?
at the B&B.
The Airbnb that Julio Foolio had been? Did you know the address to that Airbnb?
Right now, not off the top of my head, no.
Was that the only time that you had been there?
Yes, ma'am.
Going now into Saturday, June 22nd of 2024, did you at some point go to a different Airbnb?
Yes, ma'am.
Approximately what time did you go to the different Airbnb?
I can't tell you what time, but sometime in the afternoon.
And is this another Airbnb that Charles Jones was going to be at and have a party?
Yes, ma'am.
At some point, did you and Nisea go shopping?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you run an errand for Charles Jones?
Yes, ma'am.
Tell us about that.
I just remember when we went to the Airbnb, he asked if we could go to Walmart to go get a speaker so that he can have for the party.
Okay. Did you agree to do that?
Yes.
Did you in fact go and do that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And did he pay for the speaker that he asked you to get for him?
Yes, ma'am.
When you went back to the Airbnb, and this is a different Airbnb, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Well, how many people were at the Airbnb at that point?
I'm not sure. I honestly don't know.
Let me ask you this. Did your friend Nisea, did she hang out with you at the second Airbnb?
She left early.
Was your friend Aaliyah Albritton at the Airbnb?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you have your bags with you at that point when Nisea dropped you off at the second Airbnb?
Yes, ma'am.
What was your plan for that night?
My plans for the night was to meet back up with Nisea, and me and Aaliyah and Nisea were going to go out because we were supposed to have a girls' trip.
At some point, were you aware that people were going to go to a club?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you get ready?
Yes, ma'am.
Where did you get ready?
I was in a room at the Airbnb. I was by myself.
And was there a party going on in the Airbnb during that time period?
Yes, ma'am.
Did anything unusual happen at the Airbnb during that time period?
I'm not sure. I was in the room alone.
Okay. No kind of gunfire or anything like that?
Not that I'm aware. I was alone.
At some point, do you all go to the club?
Yes, ma'am.
Where were your bags at that point?
I just remember Taifa getting a call, and I think it was Julio saying he was going to put him in the car maybe for us because I guess they had to evacuate the Airbnb.
Had you already left the Airbnb at that point?
Yes, ma'am.
Who did you leave the Airbnb with?
Aaliyah and Taifa McRae.
And where were you and Aaliyah and Taifa McRae going?
We went to the first club.
And at some point, you were alerted that they got kicked out of the Airbnb, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Were you worried about your bag at that point?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Were you already at the club or were you on the way to the club?
When we got alerted that they were leaving the Airbnb, we were on the way.
When you got to that first club, was that Teasers?
I believe so.
Was it a strip club?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did Charles Jones and other people from the Airbnb go to that club?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you know if Taifa McRae, whether or not he was good friends with Charles Jones?
I knew at the end. Yes,
Had you met Taifa McRae before then?
yes, ma'am.
And prior to then, you didn't know how close they were, is that correct?
I didn't know that they were friends.
And you said that you were with Aaliyah Albritton and Taifa McRae.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you remember how many cars showed up from the Airbnb to that first club, Teasers?
I'm not sure. I was in the room alone.
So you didn't see when everybody left, is that correct?
I didn't see anybody at all.
Okay. So going back to Teasers, how long would you say you were at Teasers?
Maybe like, it wasn't really that long. Maybe like 45 minutes, maybe an hour, maybe.
Sorry to interrupt you. Where did you go after Teasers?
We went to another club that they wanted to go to.
Do you remember the name of that club?
No, but I remember it had stairs.
Was it on the second floor?
Yes, ma'am.
And again, who were you riding with from that first club, Teasers, to the second nightclub?
Taifa and Aaliyah.
In the same vehicle, Typha McRae's vehicle?
Yes, ma'am.
When you got to the second club, do you know whether or not there were other cars from your group or your party going at the same time at that point?
At that point, yes, ma'am.
How many cars do you remember were in your group, or do you know?
I'm not aware. I don't know.
Were you paying attention to who
Not
you were going
really.
with?
No.
Okay. So now I want to talk about the second club. You said that it was on a second floor, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you remember how long you were at the second club?
Maybe the same time we were at the other one, maybe like an hour.
And you mentioned all the people that were in your car. Did all of them go into the second club?
It was just me and Aaliyah and Taifa in one car, but yes, we did go in there.
Was Charles Jones at that club?
Yes, ma'am.
And did he have other people with him at the club?
Yes, ma'am.
And how long would you say you were at the second club?
Maybe like 45 minutes to an hour, maybe. I don't remember.
When you left the club, do you know what the plan was at that point? Where were you going?
I initially thought we were going to come back home that night, but I believe that they were just really tired and they wanted to lay down and get some rest instead of hopping on the road because it was late. And I guess no one wanted anything to happen. Anything can happen at night. So I guess they just wanted to rest.
Was it in the pretty early morning hours at that point?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you know what exactly time it was at that point?
I think maybe like 2 in the morning, close to 3 maybe.
Were you keeping track of the time?
No, ma'am.
What happened when you all left the club?
We all followed each other to a hotel.
Were you familiar with that hotel?
No, ma'am.
When you got to the hotel, tell me what happened.
I just remember we were driving around trying to find parking, and we couldn't find parking, and I guess they were trying to see if there was a room available or any rooms available. So we all parked by the front lobby.
At some point, where were you in the vehicle?
I was originally sitting in the back seat, in the passenger seat, behind the passenger seat.
Who was driving?
Taifa McRae,
And where was Aaliyah Albritton?
in the passenger seat.
Okay. At any point, did Typha McRae leave the vehicle?
Yes, ma'am.
Why?
Aaliyah said she needed to use the bathroom.
Okay. And then what happened?
I moved into the driver's seat, the front driver's seat.
All right, I want to ask you what happened at that point when you got into the driver's seat of Typha McRae's vehicle.
I just remember looking down at my phone and I got shot.
Did you hear any gunshots before
ma'am.
you got shot? Okay. How many gunshots did you hear?
A lot.
After you got shot, what did you do?
I prayed and I asked God to cut the car on because there was no keys in the car. And I finally got the car to cut on and I drove off.
Where did you get shot?
In my arm and in the back of my shoulders.
Do you know where you were going at that point?
I just wanted to get away.
Did anything happen in the parking lot as you were trying to get away?
I just remember everybody was just trying to back out of the cars and just try to save themselves.
And where did you go?
I remember pulling out of the hotel and I made a left down the street and I seen a police car and I stopped at the light and I instantly thought about everybody that I left behind at the hotel and I wanted to make sure they were okay, so I turned around.
Okay. Did you make any phone calls or did you get a phone call?
I remember making a phone call to Aaliyah and just telling her what happened.
And what did she say?
She was just in shock and she said that she heard everything going on from inside the hotel.
What did you do at that point?
I turned around and I made it back to the hotel and there was nobody in the front.
Did you see any? I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt.
It's okay.
Did you see any of the vehicles that you had originally got to the hotel with?
Everyone was gone.
So tell me what happened once you got back to that hotel.
Aaliyah and Taifa came outside, running outside, and I just remember my adrenaline rush was just my anxiety. Everything was up there, and I just begged them to take me to the hospital.
Okay. Did they do that?
Yes, ma'am.
When you got to the hospital, what happened?
I just remember Taifa being by my side, and he just never left until my parents got there.
Were your parents in Tampa that night?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did you call them and let them know what happened?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you know how long it took for them to get there?
They wouldn't let my parents come back and see me till maybe like 4 or 5 in the morning.
Okay. Did a law enforcement officer come to the emergency room?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's marked States Exhibit 28. Do you recognize this photograph? Does that fairly and accurately represent you on that day after you had gone to the hospital on June 23rd of 2024?
Yes, ma'am.
Judge, at this time, we'd offer into evidence States Exhibit 28.
Any objection?
No objection.
Foundational or what? Witness, civilian who was there. Okay, tell your story. Ta-da. Does it bring the case forward? I no. How does this witness prove to us what Alicia Andrews did or didn't do that night?
Ms. Bentley, is that
This is kind of I saw it in the chat earlier. As Mavka, prosecution needs to clean up their presentation for the DP case. Yeah, this seems to be a dress rehearsal where they put everything, the kitchen sink, ants, and whatever's. Might backfire.
you in the emergency room at Advent Hospital in Tampa, Florida?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you tell us where exactly?
If this witness is supposed, yeah, okay.
You were shot?
My right arm, like right here, my upper right arm. And there's gun pieces in the back of my shoulder.
Did you require surgery that night?
No, ma'am.
And you said that, is there still pieces that are in your arm?
Yes, ma'am.
Did Aaliyah Albritton, did she come into the hospital with you and Typha McCrae?
No, ma'am.
Do you know what happened to Aaliyah Albritton after she dropped you off at the hospital?
No, ma'am.
You want me to have one moment?
Yes.
Judge, at this time, we pass the witness.
Okay, cross-examination.
Good afternoon, Miss Bentley.
Afternoon.
How you doing?
I'm all right.
All right. I want to just ask you some basic questions. Do you know anything called 6 block? Do you know what that is?
Yes.
All right. What is that to you?
What is that to me?
Yeah.
A group of boys.
All right. Do you know what ATK is?
Yes, sir.
Is that another group of boys?
Yes, sir.
Would you call either of these groups of boys gangs?
No, sir.
All right. Are you a part of any of these two groups?
No, sir.
All right. Are these boy-only groups?
I believe so. I'm not aware. I don't know.
You mentioned earlier that you've met Youngin Ace before. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
He is a part of the ATK group.
Yes, sir.
Sort of like would you say a rival to 6 Block and Charles Jones, Julio Foolio?
Yes, sir.
And under what circumstances did you meet Youngin Ace?
He's friends with my cousin.
So Youngin Ace is friends with one of your cousins?
Yes.
And when did you meet him?
Just around family.
Around family?
Yes, sir.
You've seen him, I guess, multiple times around family?
No, sir.
How many times have you seen him before?
Maybe like once or twice in my lifetime.
Okay. Do you know who Alicia Andrews is?
No, sir.
And do you know whether Alicia Andrews is a part of any gang?
No, sir.
Do you know if Alicia Andrews was at the Airbnb with you?
I have no idea who that is.
Okay. Let me ask you this question. You were inside one of the Airbnbs, inside of a room by yourself?
Yes, sir.
Why were you by yourself?
Sometimes I just like to be alone.
All right. And you're by yourself while there's a bunch of commotion going on in another portion of the Airbnb. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
I'm gonna ask you like a sort of a strange question. The Airbnb, you didn't book that, right?
No, sir.
The Airbnb itself, did you go to the Airbnb to avoid being detected by any hotel lobby cameras?
No.
All right. Do you know anyone named Fat Boy?
No.
Now, how do you listen to drill rap music? You said you do earlier, right?
Yes.
All right. Because you listen to drill rap music, does that make you a violent person?
No.
All right. Does that mean that you want to do the things that the drill rappers rap about?
No.
All right. The drill rap music, was that something that Charles Jones, Julio Foolio made?
Yes.
All right. And he made fun of people who were dead in his drill raps?
I guess so.
I guess he mocked individuals who had died or been shot?
Yes.
All right. And did people hate him for that?
I don't know.
Did people dislike him for that?
I'm not sure.
The people that Charles Jones, Julio Foolio, that he would rap about, these were actual real life people in Jacksonville, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And did you know any of the people that he rapped about?
No, sir.
I don't have any other questions.
Okay, thank you. Redirect?
No, you're not.
Okay, may this witness be excused?
Yes, you may.
Okay, thank you,
Okay.
ma'am. You're free to go. Okay. All right, who's your next witness?
Officer Guy Charles.
Oh, now we get another officer. Let's see what facts this guy is going to testify about.
Testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you, sir.
Okay, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Would you please state your name and spell your last name, please?
Officer Brian Godcharles, last name Godcharles.
And how were you employed, sir?
City of Tampa police officer.
How long have you worked for the City of Tampa Police?
Almost 3 years.
3 years. And what's your current assignment?
Patrol.
Back in June of 2024, what was your assignment?
Patrol.
Okay. Are you certified by state of Florida guidelines and regulations as a law enforcement officer?
Yes.
Did you attend a police academy at the beginning of your career?
I attended a police academy in Philadelphia.
Philadelphia, okay. I wanted to talk to you about that. Did you have to attend a police academy here in Florida when you came here, or did your certifications from Pennsylvania transfer?
I did an equivalency of training
An
course.
equivalency? Okay. How many years did you work in Philadelphia in law enforcement?
Around 5.
In what agency?
Philadelphia Police Department.
Okay. And did you work patrol there?
Yes.
Did you work anything else other than patrol?
No.
Now, here in Florida, you've indicated that you are certified as a law enforcement officer by Florida guidelines and regulations, correct?
Yes.
Does that require you to maintain annual certifications or qualifications or training of any type?
Yes.
Do you undergo periodic training as a law enforcement officer with the Tampa Police Department?
Yes.
I'm going to call your attention to the early morning hours of June 23rd, 2024. Were you on duty in the early morning hours, like say around 5, 6 o'clock in the morning?
Yes.
Is the city of Tampa, is it divided the jurisdiction into districts?
Yes.
And what district covers the area near the University of South Florida, or I'm sorry, yes, the University of South Florida near Fowler and McKinley?
District 2.
District 2. Is that still your current assignment?
Yes.
And at the time you were assigned in that district?
Yes.
Did you have occasion to respond to a shooting call at a hotel complex at McKinley and Fowler?
Yes.
That area of that hotel complex, is that entire complex the University of South Florida and all the areas surrounding it contained within Hillsborough County?
Yes.
And is that area contained within the city of Tampa,
Yes.
within your jurisdiction?
Yes.
There are areas near there where the city's jurisdiction ends and the sheriff's office begins, correct?
Correct.
But not that area?
Correct.
Okay. When you responded there, were there other officers there on scene?
Yes.
Were there other agency officers there on scene?
Yes.
And what agency?
University of South Florida Police.
Okay. And when you responded there, did you respond to an area on the southeast edge of that property?
Yes.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Showing you what's been marked as states 1. Just trying to orient it here. Okay, so it's oriented like a normal map. Kenley and Fowler?
Correct.
Do you recognize this area depicted in this aerial photograph?
Yes.
Does this photograph accurately depict the area that you responded to and that encompassed the multiple crime scenes in that area?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I would tender states 1 aerial photograph of the hotel complex.
Any objection?
Nothing.
Okay, admitted.
Move to tender and publish, Your Honor.
Yes.
Publishing states 1. Okay, can you see that screen, officer?
A little bit.
Okay. If you need to reposition, please do so. You can come off the witness stand.
Okay.
If you need to. Okay. Would it be fair to say that this is McKinley, that's Fowler,
Correct.
okay? And there's an entrance down here on the southeast corner of the property?
Correct.
Is that the entrance that you first responded to?
Yes.
When you entered there, where did you go?
I went to I kind of stayed right there because I saw another police vehicle, and I got out of my car because I thought another officer was there, because at that point in time, I didn't know where the scene was.
Okay. Where was the other car that you saw?
So right as you enter there, it was just right off to the right, out of the way of the entrance.
Okay, so it would be to the north?
Yeah, to the north of that entrance.
Okay. So, right up in this area where my pen is pointing?
Correct. A little further south. But
Now, at that time when you arrived, do you remember the time, approximate time?
I'd say it's around 4:40 in the morning.
4:40. Was it still dark?
Yes.
When you came into that entrance, did you notice any debris in the roadway here?
After I got out of my vehicle, I had my flashlight, 'cause like you said, it was dark, and I was looking around to see if I could find anything, and I found a couple pieces of, looks like broken plastic.
Okay. Did it look like to you items or material consistent with a motor vehicle collision or a minor collision?
Yeah, it looked like a fender bender type of plastic that came off a vehicle.
Now, when you were down in this area, how long did you stay there in that area when you responded?
I'd say less than 3 minutes.
Okay. And were you summoned to another part or another area of that property?
Yes, I heard over radio that the scene was on the Fowler side, so I got back in my vehicle and went up there.
Okay. Did you proceed up this eastern edge of the hotel?
No, I went through the west side and went around.
Okay. So that would involve going around this way
Correct.
and coming back up? Okay. When you came up to the Fowler side, would that be this area where my pen is?
Correct. I parked my vehicle in front of the Holiday Inn, kind of park and drop off area.
Okay. So this would be the Holiday Inn that I'm pointing at?
Correct.
And this would be that area here?
Yeah, it was just north of that.
Just north, okay. When you came into this area, did you encounter University of South Florida Police Department officer?
Yes.
And did you talk to that officer?
Briefly, yes.
Okay. And were there some civilian witnesses in this area?
Yes.
Was there a motor vehicle a little further down this way to the east?
Yes.
And over in this area, was there a car that appeared to have significant damage to it?
Yes.
Okay. Did you get close to that car, the car with the significant damage?
I saw that car briefly when I was investigating the Hyundai, which was further up.
Okay. So the vehicle that was closer to the entrance to the Holiday Inn, that was a Hyundai?
Correct.
And were the civilians that you encountered, did they appear to be associated to that Hyundai?
Yes.
Was that an individual by the name of Armani Turner?
Yes.
And did you speak with her?
Yes.
And was there another individual there, Miss Randolph?
Yes.
Did you speak with her?
Yes.
And was there a male, a black male by the name of Robert Howard that was also in that area?
Yes.
And did you speak with him?
Yes.
When you got up on that north end, you indicated earlier you were summoned there. Were you summoned by a supervisor?
Yes.
And who was that?
Sergeant Portman.
And did you meet with the sergeant when you got to that area?
Yes, at a certain point in time, when I went to investigate the Hyundai, I spoke with Sergeant Portman.
Okay. Were there any individuals, any law enforcement personnel, whether it was you or the University of South Florida Police Department officers that began to tape off that area with crime scene tape?
Yes.
And were you all trying to get a handle on this area and secure it?
Yes.
Canton PD, please listen to this testimony. As it turns out, when there's a crime scene or a scene, you tape it off. Okay? This is the second cop we heard talking about police procedure. It seems like almost that's standard procedure.
Did it come to your attention that before you arrived, officers, including that sergeant, had entered the hotel and had gone up and were clearing the third floor of the hotel?
I know via radio officers were going into the building.
Okay. You were hearing radio traffic, and people were doing that?
Correct.
And I'm pointing to my ear, but your radio is actually mounted on your chest.
Correct.
This is not your candy, Mr. Jingles. This is my candy.
After you were in that area and you spoke with those witnesses and your sergeant and the University of South Florida Police Department officer, did you at some point after being in that area for a while, did you then travel to another part of the complex?
Yes.
And where was that?
So I was trying to locate the scene of where the casings would be.
Okay.
So I went east, kind of in the parking lot, east, and then south, and I ended up finding the casings at the south side of the Home 2 Suites by Hilton,
Okay.
near their carport.
So would that take you east, where my pen is going, and then south down the eastern side of the Home 2 Suites?
Correct.
And then into this area?
Correct.
When you got into this area, is this an area where you started looking for shell casings?
Yes.
Did you see what appeared to be damage to the front of the south end of the building?
I saw one window that had been shot by something, it appeared.
Okay. And did you find casings in that area?
Yes,
And approximately right where my pen is in this area?
correct.
Right to the west of the portico, the entrance?
Correct.
Okay. And those shell casings, did they appear to be pistol
Yes.
rounds, 9mm casings?
Yes.
Did you find any rifle casings?
No,
Now, when you got down on the south end of the building, was it still dark?
I believe so.
And did you stay in that area down there as the sun came up?
Yes.
And you had a pretty good look in that area around that parking area?
Yes.
Or, I'm sorry, the portico, the entrance on the south end of the hotel?
Yes.
All right. Publishing states 2, E is an echo. Do you recognize what's depicted in that photograph?
Yes.
Is this the Hyundai that you were talking about earlier?
Yes.
And is this the car I was asking you about with significant damage to it?
Yes.
Did you ever have any contact with any of the people associated to that car?
No.
When you arrived, were there officers near and around that car?
Yes.
And was there a deceased person in that car?
From what I heard on radio and what I saw in the car briefly, it appeared to be someone who's deceased in the vehicle.
I don't think Mr. Jingles likes warheads. I'm sure he can eat it. What I'm worried about is next step. What comes out?
Your Honor, we will tender states 7A as an alpha through P as in Peter.
Any objection?
No objection. Publishing states 7A as an alpha. Does that appear to be that same car I was just questioning you about?
Yes.
Okay. 7B. 7C. 7D is a delta. 7E is an echo. 7F is in Foxtrot. 7G is in golf. 7H is in hotel. 7I is in India. 7J is in Juliet. 7K is in Kilo.
Yes.
We have 1 moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
7 Peter. A. In this area, I'm sorry.
I'm not sure what that is. I don't know.
Okay. I'm sorry, 5C. In this photograph, you talked about earlier finding debris that may have been consistent with a minor fender bender. Is this the debris or part of it?
Yeah, that's the debris.
Okay. Did it appear to be possibly a cowling from a side mirror on a car?
Yeah, it looked like to be the shell to the driver's side mirror.
Okay. Now, this would be the entrance here. Is that correct?
Yes, that'd be the entrance where the vehicles were and the fire cartridge casings were.
Okay. States 5D is a delta. Is that just a straight-on shot at the entrance?
Yes.
Okay. I don't know if you can see it, but do you see one of the windows with damage to it?
I
Probably
can't see it from here,
Let me see if I can zoom in on it.
but I know it was to the right of the walkway door.
It's fun doing this backwards.
Looks like the third to the left,
Yeah.
third from the left is broken.
Okay. Stage 5E.
Yeah,
Do you see in this photograph,
He's
officer,
running
the area
through the
where you
evidence.
were looking for shell casings?
Yes,
Okay. And would that include this entire area around here?
yes,
Okay. And is this the area up in here where you found 9mm shell casings?
yes, between the portico and the white SUV.
The Lexus SUV sitting here?
Yes,
Publishing 5F. In this photograph, is this a northbound view of the west side of the hotel?
yes,
And we see a vehicle here that has some red and blue lights, and it looks like a uniformed officer standing here. Is that accurate?
I see red and blue lights, and it looks like a uniform officer, yes.
Let me see if I can see it. I can just see barely a yellow tag on his sleeve there. Do you see that?
Yeah, it looks like a dark
Looks
unit.
consistent with what's on your sleeve.
I agree.
Okay. There are other officers out there. And it looks like crime scene tape had already been put up or was being put up?
In that picture, yes.
Okay. Stage 5G in this photograph, are we seeing now northwest looking view of that west side of the Home to Suites?
Yes,
And this building up here is the Holiday Inn, is that right?
correct,
Okay. And we see a yellow vehicle here, correct?
correct.
And a Mercedes, is that right?
That looks like a Mercedes, yes.
And crime scene tape?
Correct.
Yeah. I agree with Lokong here. Why can't the cop just testify to what he sees instead of getting suggestions all the time?
Stage 5W?
So it's just presentation of evidence. So skip to cross-examination instead, if there is one.
Let me think, I'm sure.
Okay, may this witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. You're
Oh,
Did you conduct your investigation at the south end of the hotel, did you conduct any other investigation that day?
When the window was shot, I tried to see if they can get camera footage
Inside of the lobby?
inside the lobby, and I tried to find the bullet that went inside the gym area of the Homes 2 Suites by Hilton.
All right. So the gym area, in the photograph we looked at, that was facing directly at the entrance from the south to the north. You have the entrance there under the portico, and we had those windows to the right. Were those windows to the gym area?
Yes.
Okay. Did you actually enter the gym, go in through the lobby and look in there for a projectile?
Yeah, someone gave me access, and I was unable to locate a projectile.
Okay. While you were there on scene, and I believe you cleared that scene sometime between 6 and 7 that morning?
Yeah, I left around 6:30, I believe.
Okay. Were detectives or crime scene investigators on scene by the time you left?
I believe so. Most of the investigation started up north on the Fowler end, and then it kind of progressed down towards me.
Did you notify either your supervisor or detectives about your finding of the shell casings on the south end?
I went over radio as soon as I found them.
We have one moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
No other questions at this time, Judge?
Okay, cross-examination?
Good afternoon, officer.
Good afternoon.
Your job in this case entailed you going to the scene and roping the scene off and collecting some evidence. Is that correct?
I didn't rope any scene off.
Did you try to rope the scene off or tape the scene off at some point?
I think another unit helped start putting tape up, and I think I might have put some up at the rear, helped him. I believe he put up the most of the tape.
Well, you put up some tape.
I don't recall.
All right, no problem. So you go to the scene the night of the shooting or the day after, the morning after?
Can we state the?
Was it nighttime or was it daytime when you went there?
It was around 4:40 in the morning.
All right. Did you stay until it became daytime?
I stayed until around 6:30 in the morning.
Okay. Was it daytime when you were gone?
I don't know when the sun rised that day, but it was brighter out.
Was it as bright as the pictures that you're showing the jury?
Some of these pictures are hard to see from the way it's projected to me.
Like, you can't tell how light it is outside from the pictures.
From this angle, it's hard to, some
You
things
can,
are
if
bleached
you
out.
need to step down to get a better view, you can.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So, you go to the scene for 2 hours, about 2 hours?
From around 4:40 to 6:30 in the
All right.
morning.
So you're there for 2 hours. You're there. You see some individuals, some witnesses. Is that accurate?
Correct.
Some victims, correct?
I don't believe I see any victims.
You didn't see anyone that was shot.
I did see the individual shot in the car, but I couldn't confirm it myself.
Okay.
It's just basically on radio, and it looks like someone was in the car, and from what I heard, he was deceased.
All right. Would you consider him a victim?
Yes,
All right. So you saw some witnesses and some victims, correct?
I saw
Or at least
a
one victim, correct?
Correct.
All right. And you collected or tried to collect a bullet that was inside of the Home 2 Suites?
I tried to locate it
Okay. Why did you think that there was a bullet inside the Home 2 Suites?
because the window pane had broken.
All right. You didn't locate a bullet inside?
I did not.
All right. Did you collect any evidence?
I located evidence, but I didn't collect it. We have a crime scene technician who collects things.
All right. So you located it. You told the crime scene, I guess, analyst or the crime scene personnel where the evidence was that you located
I passed the information on to other officers.
on the radio?
They came on scene earlier, and I basically held the scene.
Okay. All right. So did you ever speak to the lead detective in this case, Detective Ramos?
I don't believe I did on scene.
All right.
Maybe afterwards.
Maybe after? All right. And do you know who Alicia Andrews is?
I've never met her.
All right. Did you do any investigation after that 2-hour period where you were on the scene?
I know I've had follow-up with the state attorney's office.
All right. That's just to prepare you for trial, right?
Correct.
But that's not an investigation in this case.
I would say no.
So your investigation stopped at 6:30 on the morning that Julio Foolio died.
Well, I know I had to write reports about it, so I would say it kept going until my reports were done.
All right. When you were between the time that you left at 6:30 and the time that you finished writing your report, did you do any investigative work?
I don't believe so.
So writing the report is not part of your investigation. You're not investigating anything.
Ask and answer.
Sustain the objection.
All right. You didn't do any investigative work after you left the scene, right?
I don't believe so.
All right. You didn't take any photos?
I might have been Axon capture.
You mean your body-worn camera?
No, we have a device uses Axon capture. Because it's basically the same company, Axon, and it gets sent up to evidence.com.
Okay, but you're saying you don't remember if you took photos?
No, I wouldn't have. There'd be access to evidence.com.
All right. And did you have anything to do with fingerprints or DNA in this case?
I did not take any fingerprints or DNAs.
No further questions.
Okay, redirect.
Yes, sir. Officer Goncharles, as a uniformed officer, is it your role in a situation like this to respond to the scene and try to secure the scene? Is that the first role?
Yes.
Overall, go ahead.
Is another part of your role to try to secure the scene, like I was asking you about with crime scene tape, or make sure someone does, to try to protect its integrity?
Yes. I didn't put a crime scene tape in the front, but I might have helped someone in the rear, the south end of Home 2 Suites.
Okay. You mentioned earlier on cross that you held the scene on that south end of the hotel where you found those shell casings. Once you found those, did you remain in that area until at least another officer came to secure that scene, or until it was taped off?
I remained in that area until I was relieved by day shift units.
Okay. So other uniformed officers coming out?
Correct.
Now, when you have a homicide scene like this, where there's a murdered individual or a killed individual found in the scene, like the person in the car, do uniformed officers have certain roles and responsibility in scenes like that compared to, say, crime scene investigators or detectives?
I would agree with that statement.
All right. And would one of those be the whole perimeter?
Yes.
And would one of those duties be to take a crime scene log of anyone who's entering past the tape into the crime scene or exiting the crime scene?
Yes.
Have you ever had occasion to do that?
I've done a crime scene log before.
Hold the
Yes.
crime scene log, either in Philadelphia or down here?
Yes.
When detectives arrive out to the scene, do they begin investigating the case, the homicide itself?
I would assume so.
Right. And homicide detectives, would you agree with me, their role is to investigate homicide cases?
Overall, go ahead, if you know.
Do homicide investigators, homicide detectives, do they investigate homicides?
Yes.
When
I mean, all the cross-examination was to clear things. Okay, this is all you did, right? Yep. So, what's the meaning with all
you
that?
respond to a scene like this as a uniformed officer, once a detective, whether it's a homicide scene or a rape scene or a burglary scene, do you continue investigating once you're relieved by a day shift, or you're told you can clear that scene and go to your next duties?
Not an on-scene investigation, no.
And as far as collecting evidence or photographing evidence, is that a role that is accomplished by another section of the Tampa Police Department typically?
Usually our crime scene investigators.
And you have crime scene investigators at the Tampa Police Department?
Yes,
As far as the homicide unit, is that a single detective unit or a multiple detective unit?
multiple detective units.
And are there detective sergeants that supervise that unit?
Yes.
Okay, may this witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. You're free to go.
Thank you.
All right, who's your next witness?
Officer Michael Fusco.
Okay.
Okay, another officer.
Okay. All right. Like, how quick? Because we're probably going to break at 5. Will we be done by 5? Maybe not?
Probably.
Okay. Can't wait till 5, or is it like, is that yes, or can we? Okay, no, it's all right. Okay, we'll take a quick, 2 minutes, 2 minutes. We'll take a break, and if anyone needs to use.
Okay. That took longer than 2 minutes. Here we go.
Okay, very good. Jury's back. Everyone have a seat. Next up is Officer, is it Michael Fusco?
Yes, Judge.
Okay.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God? Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon. You may proceed.
Thank you, Judge. Please state your full name for the record.
Yep, Officer Michael Fusco.
How are you employed?
I'm employed with the University of South Florida Police Department.
How long have you been with the University of South Florida Police Department?
I've been sworn in for about, I think, 2 years and 8 months, but I was a civilian there as well before.
Where is USF, the University of South Florida, located?
It's going to be between Brisbane Downs, Fletcher, 50th, and Fowler, just quite a few blocks.
And what county is that located in?
Hillsborough.
And what jurisdiction does the University of South Florida Police Department cover?
1,000 feet off of anything the university rents, owns, or leases.
Now, you've kind of given a broad, I know the campus is big. Do you know where Home to Suites is located and Holiday Inn, that kind of 3 strips of hotels?
Yes, ma'am.
Where's that located?
It's just south of Brisbane Downs and Spectrum Boulevard, which is part of our jurisdiction.
Okay. Now, I'm going to go to June 23rd of 2024, the early morning hours. Were you working on that shift?
Yes, ma'am.
And were you a uniformed officer at the University of South Florida Police Department?
Correct. At the time, I was part of patrol.
What kind of vehicle did you drive?
At that time, I believe I was in a marked Ford Explorer.
Was that have lights and sirens?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, going to approximately 4:42 a.m. in the early morning hours of June 23rd of 2024, what were you doing?
I was completing a traffic stop with a subject we just did a vehicle search of.
Where were you located?
I was on East Fowler and North 50th.
Who were you working with?
I had Corporal Frank Adams, and I had Officer, now Detective, Diane Surratt.
And you said you were on a traffic stop, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
While you were on that traffic stop, did anything unusual happen?
Yes, ma'am. A sedan went through the intersection of 50th and Fowler and positioned their vehicle between Officer Surratt's vehicle and my vehicle, and got our attention and let us know that there was a shooting that happened at the Homestone Suites.
You said sedan. Do you remember the type of vehicle it
It
was?
was a Hyundai sedan.
Was that a gray Hyundai Sun?
Yeah, he's just there for foundational stuff. Really, really not interesting.
Ever requested by a fellow law enforcement officer, including one from the Tampa Police Department?
Correct, yes, ma'am.
And you did do a report regarding your involvement in this particular case.
This would come back tomorrow. Okay, so it's 5:05, so we will break for the day. Just release.
All right. That, folks, now we can finally begin with day 2, where they are currently on a break. Dun dun dun. Dun dun dun. And we're back. All right. I told you we will catch up. We will catch up. So.
Okay, did they tell you that they were going to air it during the trial?
They didn't say when they would, but they said if they did, they would probably air it that.
Okay. let's see what they are talking about.
The requirement that all counsel call any individual by their surname, not by their first name. And I think Ms. McLyman asked if that was just a rule in this courtroom. Actually, it's pursuant to the Hillsborough County Standards of Professional Courtesy, and under subsection M, that governs trial conduct and courtroom decorum, subparagraph 8 is, quote, counsel should refer to all adult persons, including witnesses, other counsel, and the parties by their surnames and not by their first or given names. Okay, so, Mr. McLyman, I believe you practice in Miami, is that correct? Okay, I would just ask all counsel, and it's a good refresher for me too, to review the standards of professional courtesy, particularly paragraph M, which governs a lot of conduct as it occurs during the course of the trial, okay? The next thing I want to discuss, it was brought to my attention, I don't know if it's accurate or not, that Fox 13 is going to be airing an interview with defense counsel today. Is that accurate?
I don't know what Fox 13 is doing. If you're asking them to be an interview with them this week, yesterday, yeah.
Okay.
I don't know what interview they would be airing today. If it's not the same one they continuously air.
Okay, and you were interviewed by a reporter at Fox 13 at some point?
Yes.
Okay, how long ago was that? Okay, so we picked our jury Monday, so we're in relation to Monday, the week before trial. Okay, did they tell you that they were going to air it during the trial?
They didn't say when they would, but they said if they did, they would probably air it that Friday, so that would be the same week before trial.
Okay, so I don't know if it's airing tonight, I have no idea what's going on, I just heard that anecdotally. So if Fox 13 does air the interview of defense counsel at any point during the trial, if
I
there's,
can tell you, if it's Fox 13, whatever they would be airing today, I've already seen that. And I had to go through it.
It was, Judge, because it definitely went into the evidence facts of the case.
So you've seen it?
I did not see it. My legal assistant saw it and replayed it to me and told me the substance of it.
okay. All right, well, I'm just raising the issue, no one's filed a motion or requested any relief, so at this point, I'm just asking the question, okay? Okay, State, you ready to go?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, yeah,
Actually, there are a few things that Chris would like to address.
sure.
So what?
Regarding Ms. Andrews, when she enters the courtroom, we just asked that the media do not report her. She's kind of preparing,
Sure.
To get started.
Okay,
A little dehumanizing.
Yes,
to
it's
start
fine.
seeing that way. Second, Your Honor, there was a motion, we filed a motion, I would say last night, it was more like early this morning, maybe like 1 or 2 this morning, related to exhibits that we expect the state to attempt to introduce today. We have objections to them, so I don't know.
Listen, I'm not gonna do that right now.
I was gonna say, I believe the witness that it relates to is probably in the afternoon, based on what they said, so we'll do
Okay.
it later, but I just wanted to bring some more attention.
Okay, do you have a copy for me?
Tempted, but I really want.
Okay.
I couldn't get it.
All right,
Judge, we do have two witnesses that do not want to be aired, and that's Audra Agramonte and Stefan Carmame. I know I didn't say that right.
when are you calling them?
They're both scheduled for today. Ms. Agramonte is first this morning.
Okay, very good. So again, I would just ask the media, don't broadcast the identities, including the names of these two witnesses due to the specific facts of this case.
Judge, if I can make an ordinance motion at this point, because it's kind of getting out of control. We're aware of all kinds of interviews that counsel has given now to podcasts, and now you're telling me about this Fox 13 thing, which I didn't even know about that.
Well, again, I don't know if it's accurate. I just
No, that's
heard
fine.
through the grapevine that it was going to air today.
Counsel's representations to the court this morning, I would ask for a gag order on all parties as far as any interviews with the media going forward until this trial is over.
Okay, do you object to that?
Yes, Your Honor. Not that we necessarily intend to do any other interviews, but I recall at the beginning of this case, their possible supervisor doing a very extended interview in the news with evidence and names.
I know, but they're saying from this moment forward, no more. You object to that?
Your Honor, we don't necessarily intend to, but again, this is.
Okay, so are you telling me you object to it?
Yes.
Okay.
We would object to it.
So-
We haven't heard one juror say that they have seen any of these. Unfortunately, we can't control what has already been released or how they intend to re-release it. We don't believe that we've said anything in the media that is inappropriate or, would do anything.
So here's the deal. I'm just going to tell you, I don't know the answer because honestly, I've been on the bench for 23 years. Okay, I've tried over 200 jury trials. I've never, in a high-profile case in particular, had defense counsel do interviews about the case so close to jury selection. I'm not saying it's wrong. I honestly don't know. I've never confronted it before. So I do think it's potentially problematic for interviews from either the state or the defense. I mean, are you telling me if Ms. Lopez went on the news tonight and talked about how guilty your client was and all the evidence that was arrayed against her, you would be fine with that? You'd have no problem?
It would depend on what you're saying.
Okay,
It was
but the problem is, if she gives the interview, the damage is done, right? Once it airs, the damage is done.
Again, Your Honor, like I said, we don't intend to do any interviews at this point. We can't control, how the media release it. No more than we can control what is released that's recorded in this courtroom.
Okay.
It's out of our control.
So at this point, I'm going to temporarily grant the state's Ori tennis motion. I'm going to do some more research on this just because I've never had the issue arise ever in 23 years. And then, but for the time being, no one's going to be talking to the media about this case. We're in the middle of trial.
Your Honor, we, obviously reserve the right to respond appropriately with any support.
Sure. Absolutely.
Judge, if I can put on the record, I was just showing a text from one of our legal assistants who watched the news this morning. Apparently, when Fox 13 was reporting the opening statements yesterday, that they would start yesterday morning, they then went to an interview with Mr. Malcolm and Mr. McClymont talking about what evidence the state doesn't have and what they would prove. She indicates in this text message, which
Hey, asshole. That interview is over a month ago. What Fox 13 was, they take old interviews and they clip it. Jesus Christ.
apparently was sent to Mr. Wardy. I don't know when they gave the interviewer statement, but it was shown yesterday morning. And then counsel was saying they will prove she, I'm assuming the defendant, came to Tampa unaware of what was happening. So anyway, I just wanted to put that on the record.
Okay, well, like I said, at this point, I'm going to temporarily grant the state's Ori tennis motion as far as gag order on both the state of Florida and the defense counsel. No one's going to be talking about this case any further in the media. And I know we've said this before, and I just want to make sure, and I'm going to do an order to this effect, just to make sure the names and identities of the jurors are not to be disclosed to anybody outside of this courtroom. Nobody.
Well, the
Okay?
defense is certainly not disclosed it, however, we are aware.
I understand. I just want to make sure we're all on the same page regarding the identity of the jurors. So, okay. Anything else before we get going?
Yeah, Your Honor, we did send everyone yesterday because we thought some of these witnesses were shorter and we might get to go through more, so we added some. So I
Okay.
sent that to all parties yesterday, I think a little bit after 6.
Okay, it's 9:13. Let's go. All right, bring in our jury.
Now, is it improper to give interviews close to trial and during trial? Yeah, I would agree. But that interview, and we watched it together the other day, and I think that that interview is over a month old. So for the prosecution to bring that one up just because Fox 13 clips from that interview and put into segments now, and
Welcome back, members of the jury.
yeah.
All right, and you probably know what I'm going to ask you. So while we were on our evening recess, did anybody watch, listen, read any news accounts or social media posts about anything related to this case? Did you discuss this case with anybody? Did you do any independent investigation or research on your own about this case? No. Okay, very good. Thank you. We're ready to proceed. State, call your next witness.
State calls Audra Agramonte.
So she's wearing her hair out today. She looked professional during day 1. Day 2, going for the more innocent look.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Yes.
Okay, let's see who this one is.
Thank you, Judge. Please state your full name for the record.
And it's a civilian.
I live in Lake Worth.
And back in June of 2024, were you visiting Tampa, Florida?
Yes,
Why were you visiting Tampa?
because we were moving our daughter into the USF dorm. She was starting college for the first time.
Now, I'm going to ask
Oh,
you
it's a
specifically
parent?
about the early mornings of June 23rd of 2024. But before I do that, you said you were moving in your daughter who's going to the University of South Florida. Is that correct?
Correct.
Who did you come with?
I came with my husband and my daughter's boyfriend, and of course my daughter.
And what was your daughter's boyfriend's name?
Braden Smith,
And your husband?
Nestor Agramonte.
Okay. And where were you staying at when you came to Tampa that weekend?
The home suites across the street from USF campus,
Do you remember what floor you were on?
second floor.
And what was your room number?
230, I believe.
Now, I'm going to go to the early morning hours of June 23rd, 2024. Did anything unusual happen that night? Or I should say in the early morning hours of June 23rd of 2024?
Yes, yeah, for sure. So I was woken up by some popping sounds. My daughter's boyfriend, Mr. Smith, he threw me down to the ground and shielded me, and I was realizing these were gunshots I was hearing. My husband got up on the other side of the bed. He was closest to the window and looked at the window and saw a bullet hole through the window and yelled at us to get down. So we were all very scared and just stayed down until the bullet stopped.
What happened after the gunfire stopped?
We reached for our phones. We called 911. We called the hotel lobby, and I called USF campus security because I was really nervous about my daughter being there.
So who was in the hotel room that night?
Myself, my husband, and Braden Smith.
Where was your daughter at?
She was in the dorm at USF.
So going back to when you said you woke up, so were you sleeping at the time when all of this occurred?
Yes, ma'am.
How many gunshots did you think you heard?
Oh my gosh, there were so many, and it was so fast. I don't know, maybe 30, 40 at least. It was just rapid. Bum, 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 bum.
When you got up, did you also look to see where the bullet had come in through the room?
Yes, yeah. So we went over to the window, saw it came through. There were some bullet fragments on top of the, it's like the air conditioning vent, and it was on top of that.
At some point, did you make contact with officers from the Tampa Police Department?
Yes,
Did you provide an interview to an officer with the Tampa Police Department?
yes,
Did crime scene come and process the room?
yes.
How long were you in your room before you would say law enforcement was able to get to that room to process it?
You mean from the time of the shooting to when he came in?
Yes, ma'am.
It was a few hours.
I'm going to ask you about some photographs. Have I previously shown you photographs?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification, States Exhibit 19A through G. No, E, I apologize, 19A through E. Do you recognize all of these photographs?
Did she take them?
Yes, I do.
Judge, I think I misordered them. I just want to make sure how many they are before I introduce them. It's actually A through G.
A through G?
Yes. At this time, we would introduce into evidence 19A through G.
Any objection? No, Judge. They'll be admitted.
Yeah.
So, Ms. Ackerman, I'm gonna ask
This
you
is
to look at
to
this.
establish a crime
This
happened.
is a photograph of your
And-
door leading to your hotel room that night.
Yes.
I assume that we are going to hear a lot about this. When they get to what they claim Alicia did, I don't know. Maybe next week. I have no idea. But I'm very, very interested in the actual evidence, not just she was in the car. She had a COVID mask on. There has to be more.
And then what is this a photograph of?
That's the inside of our room.
Yeah.
The bed closest to the.
Time when all
Yes.
the States Exhibit 19D. Can you tell us?
Okay,
what-
these are just pictures from the bullet holes.
Let me ask you this. When did you leave from?
Yeah, going to cross-examination.
Out for us in 16B, where exactly the minivan?
Oh. No, that was it.
Pauline Blasini?
Okay, that was it.
Blasini, I believe? Miguel Blasini.
Okay, officer.
Officer, I apologize.
Officer Blasini. Okay, let's see what he did on the crime scene. Or here.
Stand and raise your right hand, face the clerk, please.
Please don't affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Good morning. Please state your full name for the record.
Officer Miguel Blasini Franceschi, but I go by Officer Blasini.
Where do you work?
I work for the Tampa Police Department,
How long have you worked for the Tampa Police Department?
just shy of 8 years.
Were you working on June 23rd of 2024?
Yes,
Did you respond to the home to suites located at 11606 McKinley Drive?
Yes.
Why did you respond to that location?
There was an active investigation of a shooting at that morning when I arrived to work.
What time did you arrive there?
At approximately 5:55 in the morning.
Were there other law enforcement officers already on scene at that location when you arrived?
Yes.
What county is that hotel located in?
It's located in the Hillsborough County area.
Was perimeter tape already set up when you arrived?
Yes, it was.
What were you tasked to do when you first got there?
Upon arrival, they asked myself and other squad members to try to collect the surveillance video from the local hotels. And at that point, I made my way to the Holiday Inn hotel, which is in the same vicinity of the other hotels in that area.
When a homicide occurs, is the case eventually assigned to a homicide detective in the homicide unit of the Tampa Police Department?
Yes, it is.
When you were assisting and made contact with the hotel manager, did you say what hotel was it?
It was at the Holiday Inn hotel.
And where is the Holiday Inn placed in reference to the home to suites?
Why does the state always want to drag cases out by calling every possible police officers? Because this judge in jury instruction didn't do like the judge did in the other case, where he explicitly said to the jury, this is not quantity of evidence, it's quality of evidence. And welcome to Tampa, Florida, where quantity matters. Oh, Dave, you're going to hear a lot of repetitive, leading, because the state can do it.
It's right next door. If you were to go to the intersection of Fowler and McKinley, there's a collection of 3 hotels in that area.
And this
Holiday Inn
also has already been
next to,
testified to
the suite,
by
which is on the
other
corner
cops.
of 40th or
Where did you
McKinley.
go? That hotel.
Did the hotel manager of the Holiday Inn, did he give you access to their video surveillance system?
He did. He actually assisted by operating the surveillance video and just going hour by hour, minute by minute at my request.
Were you physically viewing that video footage as he was going through it?
Yes, I was.
Did you see anything of note or relevance to this particular investigation while he was viewing it?
Yes. So the first thing that I noticed was a dark color vehicle cross the path of the camera of the Holiday Inn. It looked of a dark color vehicle. There was a second camera by the main entrance, the Holiday, which looks to the east, and at approximately 0:49 hours, there was a plume of smoke coming from another dark vehicle. Not long after that, there was 2 males seen from the direction of a smoke plume running into the hotel.
Okay. Did you make any observations of those 2 males as they were running into the hotel?
One male was a heavy-set male, the other one was a thin. Both males. I'm reading my report, sir.
Okay, well, you can't do that, so you have to testify from your memory, and if you need to look at your report to refresh your recollection, you just need to let us know, or let Ms. Doherty know. You just need then to look at the report, refresh your recollection. When it's refreshed, then you can continue testifying.
Yes, Your Honor, my apologies.
No
Sorry,
worries.
this was well over a year ago, so. There were 2 males that ran into the hotel. One was a heavy-set black male, the other one was a thin black male that ran into the hotel, the
What-
Holiday Inn specifically.
Sorry to interrupt. What did they do after they ran into the Holiday Inn?
From what I recall, they ran past the front desk down one of the hallways and attempted to knock on one of the doors. From there, they made their way, when they weren't allowed entry into that room specifically. They then made their way to the elevators, got on the elevators, and then got off, I believe, on the 3rd floor. Once they got off the 3rd floor, one of the 2 males collapsed. It looked like he had been bleeding around the upper torso of his body. And the other male hung around but kind of paced back and forth next to his friend or the person that he was with.
And you have talked about 2 different areas, the first level, the 3rd floor, as well as the elevator. Is there video footage of all of those places at the Holiday Inn?
Yes.
So you're able to see the full progression of when they were fleeing into that hotel and exactly where they went and what happened with them?
I can say that I saw the 2 males running from a direction of a vehicle with smoke coming out of it, running into the hotel, the Holiday Inn, and obviously their movement of travel, as I described.
And after you viewed that video footage, what did you do with that information?
That information was passed on to homicide detectives.
After you viewing the video footage, did you do anything else to further this investigation to assist with the homicide investigation?
We just kind of maintained the perimeter for security, and while doing so, I noticed a vehicle that was struck by a stray bullet.
And was that, I'm going to show you what's already into evidence, States Exhibit 16B. Is that the vehicle you're referring to?
Yes, that's the vehicle that was struck by a stray bullet.
And after you noticed that that was struck by a stray bullet, did you eventually contact the people that owned the vehicle or rented the vehicle?
Through research, we were able to locate who the renter was, and we were able to locate that person and notify them of what occurred.
And who was the person that you notified and were able to determine were the registered user of the vehicle?
I'd have to look at my report. I don't remember their specific name.
Would that refresh your recollection to review your report?
Yes.
Could you go ahead and review that?
The operator of the vehicle's name is Nestor Agamonte.
And after you made contact with him, did you also have the crime scene investigators respond to take photographs and collect any evidence that may?
Yeah. Just for remember the YSL trial and other trials we have been, where some witnesses have had difficulty recollecting what happened 7, 8, 9, 10 years ago. And that was used by the prosecution as, so you are lying. No, I just don't remember. And this cop here, a year later, has to read from the report. So, yeah, that's the double standard. And we take notice of that in other trials. How different it is.
Be involved in the case.
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, we pass the witness.
Okay, cross. All right, may this witness be excused?
Oh,
Yes.
Yes, you're free to go.
Thank you, ma'am.
Sure.
the love child,
I believe the next witness is
the love child of King of Queens and George Lopez has left the stage.
Officer Craig Douglas. Craig Douglas.
Craig Douglas. Okay. Will he testify about anything that has anything to do with Alicia Andrews? Take your wild guess. Take your wild guess.
Do you swear affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir.
All right, have a seat. Morning.
Good morning.
Please state your full name for the record.
Good morning. My name is Craig Douglas.
How are you employed?
I'm with Tampa Police Department
How long have you been with the Tampa Police Department?
for 6 years.
Were you working on June of 23rd of 2024?
Yes, ma'am.
On that date, did you respond to the hotels located on McKinley Drive across from the University of South Florida?
Yes, ma'am.
Approximately what time did you respond to that location?
We started at 06, so probably like at 06:10 or so like that, because it started, so like 06.
Okay. Were there other law enforcement officers already on scene when you arrived?
Yes, ma'am.
What did you do when you responded to that area?
When I arrived, my squad, we assist with trying to locate surveillance camera, because there was many officers there already. They already like have everything taped off and stuff, so our job.
You know who could testify about this? The lead detective. But apparently they won't, because according to the defense, lead detective in this case had been a homicide detective for 4 months. This was his first case. It will be interesting to hear when the lead detective actually takes the stand.
Was to go look for surveillance cameras and stuff like that.
Where did you go to look for surveillance cameras?
The home suite.
Is that the home to suites?
Yes, ma'am.
And were there other detectives from the homicide unit that also eventually arrived and were looking for surveillance video?
Yes, ma'am. Detective Kirkpatrick.
Detective Kirkpatrick, is he assigned to the homicide unit?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you locate video footage from the home to suites?
We did.
And was that video footage eventually downloaded by the homicide unit of the Tampa Police Department?
Yes, ma'am.
Was there any other video surveillance that you assisted with?
Yes, there was a Tesla that parked right outside where the shooting occurred. I assist with locating the owner for that Tesla.
Were you able to locate the owner of the Tesla?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you provide that information to anyone?
To Detective Kirkpatrick.
Did you do anything else to assist in this investigation?
Yes, I checked the perimeter for additional casing, bullet casing, where there was possible shooter was shooting at, but we didn't find any on the fence line.
And what area were you specifically looking for, or tasked with looking for when looking for shell casings?
There's a fence line to the southwest corner, like a small fence, because there's a retention pond, and we were checking that fence line.
Had you already viewed the video footage of the incident at the Home to Suites?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you trying to locate shell casings in the different areas where it appeared that the shooters had crossed that path?
Yes, ma'am.
And you were not able to find any shell casings in the area that you were looking in, is that correct?
No, ma'am.
Did you do anything else in furtherance of the investigation?
While we're there's a gentleman that came down from the hotel, and he said that his windows was shot. There was a shot came through his window. So I went up and talked to him and two other individuals that was also in that room.
Do you remember the individual, the man who came down and notified you about the window being shot out?
Yes, but I would have to check my report for his name.
Okay, you can go ahead and refresh your recollection.
Braden.
Okay, what was his full name, sir? And sir, please don't read your answer if I'll ask you if has your memory been refreshed by referring to your report?
Yes, ma'am.
And who was it, sir?
Braden Smith.
Did you take a sworn statement from Mr. Smith?
Yes, ma'am.
And were there two additional individuals that were staying with Mr. Smith, the Agramontes?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you also take sworn statements from Nestor Agramonte and Audra Agramonte?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, at this time, we pass the witness.
Okay, Ross? Okay, thank you. May he be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right.
Every
Officer, free to go.
officer witness should be this short, up until the lead detective comes on the stand.
Okay. And I think you indicated, the first witness who testified did not want her identity disclosed. And then there's another witness that looks like later on in the day, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Just remind me when that comes up.
Yeah, so foundational cop witnesses should be 5-minute tops.
Not publish his name or his face as well.
Okay, hold on 1 second. Let me, the interpreter, please identify yourself for the record.
David Cantillo, certified court interpreter.
Okay, please raise your right hand. You swear or affirm to translate to the best of your ability from English to Spanish and Spanish to English?
I do.
Okay, very good. And I'm going to ask the media with regards to this witness as well, not to show his face or disclose his identity. Okay, you just let him know.
Okay. So a civilian witness.
The testimony you're about to give,
El testimonio que van a dar.
so help you God.
Con la ayuda de Dios.
Thank you.
Yes, I swear.
You can have a
Se
seat.
puede sentar ahí.
You may proceed.
Good morning, sir.
Okay. I assume most of the witnesses these first
Where do
days.
you reside? What city?
¿Dónde vive usted? ¿Qué ciudad?
En la ciudad de Ocala.
In the city of Ocala.
Were you visiting Tampa, Florida on June 23rd of 2024?
¿Usted estaba visitando a Tampa, Florida en junio 23, 2024?
Sí, vine de vacaciones a visitar el zoológico de Tampa.
Yes, I came on vacation to visit the zoo in Tampa.
Did you come on vacation with anyone?
¿Usted vino en vacaciones con alguien?
Sí, vine con mi familia, mi esposa, mi hija y mi hijo.
Yes, I came with my family, my wife, my daughter, and my son.
How old are your children that you came with?
¿Qué edad tienen sus hijos? ¿Con quiénes vino?
Mi hijo el varón tiene 12, mi hija tiene...
My son is 12 and my daughter is 8.
And where were you all staying in Tampa when you came to visit the zoo?
¿Y dónde se quedaron en
This
Tampa
witness
cuando
has
se
nothing
casó?
to say about
nos
Alicia.
quedamos en el
Well,
Hotel La Hacienda.
I assume.
We stayed at the hotel La Hacienda.
Is that the La Hacienda La Quinta?
Could you say, Council?
I don't
Yes,
know,
is that
Aaron.
the Hacienda La Quinta?
Esa es la hacienda que es una quinta.
No, ese hotel se llama La Hacienda.
It's a hotel named La Hacienda.
Do you remember the area that it was located?
¿Se acuerda el área en que está localizado?
No, exactamente la dirección no recuerdo.
No, I don't remember the address exactly.
Was it around the college campus?
Era cerca de la universidad, del colegio.
Sí, sí.
Yes.
And did anything during the course of your stay in Tampa happen in the early morning hours of June 23rd of 2024 around 4 a.m.?
Alguna cosa sucedió durante su visita en Tampa en junio 23, en la noche alrededor de las 4 de la mañana.
Sí,
I
efectivamente,
assume
a
his
esa hora
hotel room was
escuchamos
also
un estruendo,
firebomb.
un ruido demasiado fuerte en nuestra habitación.
At that moment, we heard a very loud noise, a very strong sound in our room.
What were you doing before you heard the sound?
¿Qué estaban haciendo antes que escuchó el sonido?
No, estábamos descansando, estábamos dormidos.
We were resting, we were asleep.
What did you first do when you heard the sound?
¿Qué fue lo primero que hizo cuando escuchó el ruido?
Estuve aturdido y lo primero que hice fue ver a mis hijos y a mi esposa.
At first, I was shaken, and then I looked to my children and my wife.
When you say you looked to them, were you doing something to them or helping them with something?
Cuando usted dice que los atendió, los estaba ayudando a hacer algo, ¿o qué hizo exactamente?
Los recogí, los abracé y los puse a buen recaudo.
I went to them and I hugged them and I tried to place them in a safe place.
Did you know or could you tell at that time what caused that sound?
¿Usted sabía?
Yeah. Okay, so now we know crime happened. As Aaron says, they already established a crime. We need to move on to the defendant's part of all of this. Yeah. But first, they have to prove that the four who did it. Before we get to her part. I don't think, I mean, I assume, I have no idea, because in the prosecution's opening statement, there was no text. I mean, they showed one text that was a week later, which we don't know in what context it was. And then she was caught on camera with and without a COVID mask. I have no idea how they are actually going to show the connection more than she was there.
¿O pudo darse cuenta en aquel momento que estaba causando ese ruido?
No, yo me asusté mucho porque fue demasiado fuerte. Realmente pensé que era una bomba.
No, I became very afraid because it was very loud. At first, I thought it was a bomb.
Did you hear your wife or your children exclaim anything at the time that you all heard this noise?
¿Usted escuchó que su esposa o sus hijos dijeron algo cuando usted escuchó ese ruido?
Mi esposa, igual que yo, se puso nerviosa y a los pocos segundos ella se quejó de un dolor en su pierna derecha y una quemadura.
My wife, just as me, became very nervous, and very quickly she complained of a pain in her right leg. It was a burn.
Were you able to see the right leg of your wife at that time?
¿Pudo ver la pierna derecha de su esposa en ese momento?
Sí, la estuve revisando y tenía en su pierna una especie de quemadura.
Yes, I checked her, and on her leg there was a kind of burn.
What is it that you saw that you believed it to be a burn?
¿Y qué fue lo que vio que le causó que usted pensara que fuera una quemadura?
Estaba roja, parte de su pierna estaba rojo.
Part of her leg was red. It was red.
At that time, could you see anything that may have caused that injury to your wife?
Y en ese momento pudo ver algo que habría causado esa herida a su esposa.
Después que estuve revisando, vimos que el edredón se había quemado y encontramos un pedazo de metal.
After we checked, we saw that something had burned, and then we found a piece of metal.
Did any other members of your family complain of any injuries or pains after you had an opportunity to check with your wife?
¿Algún otro miembro de su familia dijo que tuvo dolor o de alguna herida después que chequeó a su esposa?
No, mis hijos estaban demasiado asustados y llorando.
No, my children were very afraid and they were crying.
At any point, did your son locate any particular items of potential evidence in the room?
En algún momento su hijo encontró alguna potencial evidencia dentro del cuarto.
Lo que estábamos buscando, mi hijo, él encontró el pedacito de metal.
What we were looking for, my son found a small piece of metal.
When you were looking for the item that may have caused the injury to your wife, your son found that?
Cuando estaban buscando a ver qué artículo había causado la herida a su esposa, su hijo encontró eso.
Sí, o sea, sí, él encontró ese metal, lo pisó y vimos que era eso.
Yes, he found that metal. He stepped on it, and we saw what it was.
At that time, could you hear anything outside of the hotel room?
En ese momento, usted podía escuchar algo afuera del cuarto.
Se escuchaban patrullas y las sirenas de las patrullas.
You could hear police. You could hear the sirens of the police.
Did you and your family exit the hotel room at that time, or did you stay inside of that room?
¿Usted y su familia salieron del hotel en ese momento o se quedaron dentro del cuarto?
No salimos, nos quedamos ahí, no salimos.
No, we didn't leave. We stayed there. We didn't leave.
A few hours later, at the time of checkout, were you able to provide the items that you found to the hotel manager?
Cuando salieron del hotel y se regresaron para salir, le dieron el artículo que había encontrado al gerente del hotel.
Cuando bajamos al desayuno, informé que no tenía aire acondicionado y que había llegado ese metal a la habitación.
When we went down, we told them that the room didn't have air conditioning, and we gave them the piece of metal that we found.
And were you also subsequently contacted by law enforcement for them to ask you about what happened as well?
Y después de eso, usted fue contactado por los policías para que le dijeran lo que había pasado.
Sí, yo recibí una llamada de un oficial cuando estaba de regreso a casa y me pidió la versión de lo que había pasado.
Yes, I received a phone call from an officer on the way home, and he asked me for my version of what had happened.
Did you leave your contact information with the hotel so that they could follow up with you if they had questions?
Usted dejó su información de contacto con el hotel para que pudieran tener contacto si tenía alguna pregunta.
Sí, ellos tenían toda mi información de registro en el hotel.
Yes, they had all my information for registration in the hotel.
I'll pass the witness down.
Okay, thank you.
Oh.
All right, may this witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you, sir. You are free to
Okay.
go.
Eso es todo, puede irse ya.
Gracias.
Okay. Nothing to do with Alicia Andrews.
Okay, state. Next witness.
Officer Yanis Hansen.
All right, a new officer. Next witness, officer something.
Good morning, sir. Would you please state your name for the jury?
Good morning. Yanni Hanses.
How long have you been with the Tampa Police Department?
I've been with Tampa Police for about a year and a half, and prior to that, I had about 7 years in Florida, other agency.
What is your current title with the Tampa Police Department?
I'm a set patrol officer for District 2.
Were you called to a request for service at the La Quinta Hotel on June 23rd of 2024?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was the nature of that call?
We initially got a call for like a criminal mischief of bullet hole damage. We later determined it was related to a shooting incident that occurred earlier in that morning.
And the La Quinta Hotel, where is that in relation to the Home 2 Suites and the Holiday Inn Hotel?
It is just west of the Home 2 Suites, same plaza, just directly west.
Do the hotels form somewhat of a U shape, essentially, in their layout?
Yes.
So on the north side of that U, essentially, what hotel is there?
Is it more towards Fowler?
Yes.
The La Quinta.
And when you arrive at the La Quinta, what is it that you're responding to? Is it the front desk? Is it a specific location?
Yeah, just the lobby.
And what was reported to you from the lobby there?
I made contact with the evening shift manager, and the evening shift manager provided me with a bullet fragment that was handed to him.
Did he provide you information as to how he obtained that fragment?
Yeah, so he was taking over the shift from the previous manager, the day shift manager, and the day shift manager provided him with that bullet fragment.
The location of the La Quinta Hotel, is that directly near or where is it in relation to the primary scene for the Charles Jones homicide?
It is just it's west of that location.
Are you familiar with at least the layout of where the scene that was being processed on that side of those hotels was?
A little bit, yes.
Meaning, was that on the opposite side of the La Quinta?
Yes.
There was some, I guess maybe grassy area, trees in between the hotels there?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And did you have any part in processing the scene at the Home Suites or the Holiday Inn?
No, only at the La Quinta.
When you spoke to the hotel manager and he advised that he provided you something, did he indicate that he himself collected that?
No, he said it was turned over to him by the day shift manager.
Were the managers able to give you the information for the guest that provided that to them?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you have an opportunity to view the room itself from which that guest provided the projectile?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you have an opportunity to attempt to check the exterior to see if you can find an impact or entry point?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you document doing both of those things?
Yes, ma'am.
When you actually arrived to the room that Mr. Gabor was staying in with his family, were you able to actually see anything in the room that was of potential evidentiary value?
Yes.
And what was that?
In the west side of the room, the first bed, I observed a burnt hole mark by the foot of the bed. That hole mark also had a little bit of fragment, bullet fragment still on it, residue. And then just beneath that bullet hole fragment on the floor was more fragment on the ground. Further
So
search of the
this
room,
is next
I
cop
located under the air
about
conditioning unit,
finding bullets.
a bullet hole with
A bullet hole.
trajectory that was consistent to the hole that was in the bed.
And what about consistent to what observations you made outside of the hotel room, so on the exterior of the building and into that room?
So,
Do you know what they could have done? Have the hotel maintenance guy. Yeah. All the holes were there and there. Then cops came, collected, took photos. Done. Out. 5 minutes.
on the exterior of that building, of that same room, just underneath the exterior air conditioning unit was also a single bullet hole entry. That was consistent with the trajectory into the room.
You indicated that you documented those observations that you made
Yes, ma'am.
by taking photographs?
Yes.
Having linked now this initial report or call for service to the events that occurred at the Home 2 Suites earlier in the morning, did you make an additional call for crime scene to come out?
Yes.
And did crime scene come while you were there at room 201 to process the room?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to show you what has been pre-marked as State's Exhibits 21O and 21N. You recognize those two images?
Yes.
And how is it that you recognize these images?
I took those photos.
Your Honor, at this time, the state seeks to admit 21O and 21N. Any objection?
No objection.
Okay, admitted. I'm going to show you, if you could look over your shoulder just there, states 21N. If you need to, you can stand up, but if you could show us what was of note on the exterior of the building that you were able to document.
That's the air conditioning unit, the bullet hole.
I apologize. You're able to stand up, yeah. Is this what you were attempting to document on the exterior of the room?
Yes.
Okay, let me show you 21O. It might be a little bit easier. Let's look toward the interior of the room at 21O. Are you able to tell us again what you were documenting here in 21O?
Yeah, that's the entry hole from the interior.
How are you able to capture this picture from the AC unit itself?
I got on my hands and knees and looked under the AC unit, and I just took a photograph.
And then again, we'll look at some additional photographs, but crime scene also came in, and did you have them photograph the initial items that you also photographed?
Yes, ma'am.
When you were able to take possession of the object from the front desk, was it in something?
Yeah, it was already in a clear Ziploc bag.
And was that something that you relayed to the crime scene tech that also responded?
Yes,
The
ma'am.
assist that you had from crime scene, at that time, did you also explain to them the additional fragments that you found next to the bed and the damage that you found on the bedspread?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, at this time, I'll pass the witness.
Defense has no questions.
Okay, very good. May this witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. You're free to go. All right, State, who's your next witness?
Okay. At least it was a short testimony.
Ms. Nunez Martinez. Okay.
Okay, Miss Martinez. I wonder if this is another one of these that doesn't want their name and face, and they just said the name. Tyler, I think you're in the wrong chat.
Good morning. Would you state your name, please?
Good morning, Geraldine Nunez Martinez.
Where are you employed?
I'm currently employed with the Tampa Police Department.
And what is your job title?
Crime scene tech.
What are some of your duties as a crime scene tech?
We respond to crime scenes. We document the scene through photography. Then we collect, process, and preserve the evidence.
When you say process, preserve, collect, what does that look like?
We collect different types of items of evidence. We process for fingerprint, DNA, and then we preserve the evidence by packaging it correctly, making sure that nothing gets cross-contaminated or anything like that.
Are the items that you collect typically individually packaged, and then are the packages annotated in some way?
Yes.
And how is that?
We package by putting them in envelopes or in a box, anything like that, individually.
And when you say that you are preserving the scene itself, does that include taking photographs there?
Yes.
Were you involved in an investigation that occurred in the area of East Fowler Avenue on June 23rd
Yes.
of 2024?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And I'm going to take you a little bit out of order because my understanding is, what was your first call? Where did you go first?
I responded to an apartment complex first.
Okay. Can I take you a little bit out of order and ask you about the La Quinta?
Of course.
Okay. I'm going to show you what has been marked as 21A through O. If you can tell me if you recognize these.
I do.
Did you take these photographs on June 23rd of 2024?
I did.
Were you called to respond to 3701 East Fowler at this, looking to hear for a specific documentation of a room?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would seek to admit the remaining exhibits 21A through I. Any objection? No objection. When you first arrived to the scene, publishing states 21A, is it typical that crime scene will document the exterior of the location that you're processing?
Yes.
As it relates to a hotel, does that mean the overall exterior of the hotel?
Yes, and then numerical.
And then,
Numerical, like the address.
okay, yes, to document where you took the photos?
Yes.
Understood.
Mr. Harmon, you need to learn to whisper.
Sorry.
It's all right. Go ahead.
In this particular case, were you asked by one of the officers on scene to come and help to preserve actually a room?
It was to photograph the room and collect some evidence from the room.
In showing 21C, did you also receive a request to photograph the exterior for potential damage to the exterior as well?
I did.
And were you directed to that room?
Yes.
Was that room 201 inside of the La Quinta or the La Quinta?
Yes.
In showing you 21D, is this a close-up that you took on that exterior to document any kind of impact from the exterior of that room?
Yes.
Did you have an opportunity to enter that room and see whatever it was that the officer asked for you to document as well?
Yes.
As it relates to your overalls, you also indicated that you will document the specific room, and you did that here again in 21E.
That's correct.
And in 21F, will you take overalls of the interior of the room as well?
Yes.
Upon actually going to or locating the site that was represented to you from the officer as having potential evidentiary value, did you find something?
Didn't we just watch those pictures? I mean, okay.
On one of the beds in the room?
Yes.
In
So
showing
the-
you 21H, can you tell us what that?
Now, this is more important than the photos when she actually collects the evidence. And look, Canton PD, actual evidence markers. Actual evidence markers. How about that? You can actually do that. It's almost as if it is standard fucking procedure. But look, with a ruler. Now, that is scary. A bullet hole in the bed. So yeah, if they can prove those 4 guys did it and put this many people at risk, oh, they are not in a good position. But what did Alicia Andrews have to do with it?
That's correct.
Now, in these, we have some kind of a scale on those yellow markers. In 21J, is this that same object?
Yes.
Was there a physical object that you were actually able to remove from this marker?
Yes.
And was that what you've mentioned as the metal fragment?
That's correct.
Did you do the same in documenting 21K on the floor of that room just under the bed? Or just
Yes.
near the bed?
Yes.
Were you also provided from Officer Hansis a baggie with a metal projectile or fragment inside of it?
Yes.
Did you have an opportunity to also see that item, 21M?
Yes.
Now, I asked you to go a little bit out of order. You initially had some involvement in this particular investigation in responding to an apartment complex.
Yes.
Would that have been in the area of 3104 Oaks Drive?
I believe so, yes.
What was the vehicle that you were processing? Do you recall?
I believe it was a Nissan or.
When you got to that scene, what observations did you make and how did you begin to process?
I began, there was a vehicle parked in front of the apartment building, and I began by photographing the vehicle first. And then I processed for prints, and then I collected evidence.
This particular case, you would have processed that vehicle on the scene.
Yes.
Okay, so are there some instances or times in which you will process a vehicle at a different location?
Yes.
And can you explain a little bit about that?
Sometimes a vehicle will be sealed at the original scene and then impounded to our impound lot, and then we would process at that impound lot.
I'm going to show you what's been marked 31A through V. Do you recognize these?
Yes.
Are these the photographs that you took from 3104, the apartment complex, excuse me, of the Nissan Altima?
Yes.
Do you include with your exhibits, or excuse me, with your photographs, a copy of something as your first page typically?
Yes, a case summary. Yeah.
Your Honor, this United States seeks to admit 31A through V.
Any objection?
No objection.
Did you say A through D or A through V?
V as in Victor, Your Honor.
Thank you.
On any given day in your role as crime scene, do you have the opportunity sometimes to respond to many different scenes?
Yes.
Let's talk about 31A, what we've just talked about, a little summary. Is this what you utilize, at least as the first picture before you start, to give yourself a reminder and to let us know
Yes. That's
what
right.
you're photographing?
Yeah.
Okay. Having had an opportunity to see this summary, is this the set of photographs that you had taken at 3104 Oaks Drive?
That's correct.
And do you recall that being on the same date
Yes.
of June 23rd?
Yes.
That just would have been, because it's my fault, I took us out of order, before you actually responded to the La Quinta.
That was my first scene. Yes.
In 31B, is this the vehicle that you responded to process?
Yes.
Is this as the vehicle was when you arrived?
Yes.
Did you have an opportunity to access the interior of the vehicle as well to document any potential damage there?
I did.
In 31C, do you recall what area of the vehicle this would have been?
This is the radio screen.
And what were you documenting here?
Damage, and I believe I collected a fragment from there as well.
Would that be 31D?
Yes.
Can you show us, please, what you're referencing when you're talking about the fragment that you collected?
Do you,
Actually, I might make this a little easier so you don't have to stand. How about 31E?
that's the fragment that I collected from.
Would that have been you taking that fragment?
Yes.
I mean, I don't have that for all of them, so let's see, 31F.
That was damaged. Yeah.
When you actually respond, are you working with law enforcement that's in charge of the investigation, so the detectives or the other officers, to ascertain at least an overall of what potentially occurred?
Yes.
Do you make decisions based on your training and experience on what to document or collect, and based on what the officers direct you to?
Yes.
Do you receive information from the detectives about documenting specific items, such as this car?
Yes.
But you also can use your judgment in what to document.
Yes.
31G, were you able to document another potential impact point inside of that Altima?
I did, yeah.
Was there anything actually collected from this particular area above the control panel?
No.
Were there some areas of the seats themselves inside of the vehicle that you were able to document, 31H?
Yes.
And in 31I, did you have an opportunity to document the back of the seat as well as the passenger side?
Yes, that was more damage.
And again, these yellow markers that were placed were the defects that you noted in each of those areas.
That's correct.
31J. And I think we talked a little about this, but you take overalls and then closer and closer until you're actually able to get a close-up image of each of the items that you think may have potential value.
Yes.
again here in 31K, still the passenger seat or the rear of the passenger seat?
Yes.
At least we are going into physical evidence now.
31O. Were these additional defects in that same passenger seat?
It was just a closer picture of it.
Did you have an opportunity to document some fragments, 31P, in the rear of that Altima?
Yes.
And in 31Q or excuse me, 31R, is that what you documented here?
Yes.
Now, you said you also collect from the scene. When you're processing these items, after it's photographed, you've collected that as well?
Yes.
And you impound that somewhere?
I do, yes.
31S, did you also have an opportunity to document the rear window of the Altima?
Yeah, that was the interior side of it.
And is this as the vehicle was when you arrived to process it?
Yes.
Lastly, did you document the trunk of that Altima in 31T?
I did.
And now I know I've shown you a slim selection of the photographs that you would have taken. Do you typically take hundreds of photos from each scene?
Yes, I can.
After you processed the Altima, we've heard that you responded to the hotel to document room 201. Did you have some additional involvement in this case?
I did.
And what was that?
Hi,
I
Christine.
responded to the TPD impound lot for a search warrant on a vehicle.
Is this one of those instances that we spoke about that the vehicle would be brought to impound for additional processing?
Yes.
I'm showing you state 67A through T. These the photographs that you took of the black Dodge Charger at the impound. And for these
Okay,
scene,
more.
would you have been the person that went to this vehicle at the Home to Suites or outside of the Holiday Inn and actually processed it there?
I did not.
Would that have been another member of the Tampa Police Department's crime scene unit?
Yes.
And is that unusual that one would document at the scene and another would document back at the impound lot or at evidence at headquarters?
No.
You work together as a unit?
Yes.
Now, can you tell me in 67D here, the vehicle looks to be covered in some kind of cellophane-like material. Why don't you tell the jury what that is or about that if you can?
That is a crash trap that we use in case if there's any damage to the windows. We seal the vehicle so that we don't lose any potential items of evidence that's inside the vehicle while it's being transported from the scene to the impound lot.
Is that why we see some yellow stickers already on the outside of the vehicle as well there?
The yellow stickers was to document the damage to the vehicle.
Is there some limited processing that occurs when you're going to transport a vehicle like this of the exterior before it's transported?
Yes.
Is that to preserve any potential items on the outside of the vehicle?
That's correct, yes.
These things would have occurred before you received the vehicle?
Yes.
And ultimately, once it arrives at impound and is sealed, is there some kind of indicator in showing you 67C on the vehicle that tells you who sealed it for your records?
Yes, the white sticker on the doors, that's the seal, and it shows that it hasn't been broken since I got it.
In your processing of this vehicle, were you able to determine that there was an impact point in state 67F as it relates to each of the yellow stickers on the exterior?
Yes.
In showing 67G, was this the condition of the vehicle, the tires, the windshield, et cetera, once it arrived at impound and when you started processing?
Yes.
Including what we can see a little bit in the photos of some kind of damage down the left side of the vehicle?
Yes.
When you are actually processing in 67H, the vehicle itself, do you record these yellow markers in some way?
In my case, I just did an overall picture of it, but if I was doing it from the original scene, it would be overall mid-ranges and close-ups.
Meaning if you had been the person who placed them, so the person who placed them would have had to document them numerically type of thing?
That's correct, yes.
You did take overall stills, though, of that vehicle, 67I included?
Yes.
And were you able to document anything on the right tire of that vehicle, 67J?
That was more damage on the tire.
You indicated that you used the cellophane wrap or the wrap for the exterior for window damage. In 67L, can you just describe for us what it is that we're actually looking at beyond the cellophane there that you're documenting?
There's also damage to the window itself. There's sticky notes and damage to the door, and to the pillar itself too as well.
Is this material that's applied sticky on one side or tacky on one side?
It's sticky on the side, on the side that is sticking to the actual vehicle.
Does this allow for the glass to stay in place if you have to transport the vehicle?
Yes.
Okay, so the way it's shattered there, it would have still been intact when you received it?
Yes.
Once your overalls for the exterior of the vehicle were completed, did you have an opportunity to photograph the interior of the vehicle?
I did.
So you would be the person that actually documents and breaks those white seals you testified about?
I did, yes.
In showing you 67 in, can you tell us what view from the vehicle you documented?
This is the driver's side, front side.
And again, I'm only going to show some limited photos here, but you run the same process that we talked about in your earlier scenes. Far away, then some close-ups of any potential items of value.
That's correct, yes.
Did you also document the backseat of that vehicle in 67O?
Yes.
As you move around the vehicle, do you move essentially in order? So driver's front, driver's back, and move around the car in that way?
Usually, yes.
In 67P, did you have an opportunity to move around to the passenger side of the vehicle?
Yes.
The items of potential value that you noted in the vehicle, did you collect those things after photographing?
I did, yes.
In state 67Q, what area of the vehicle are we looking at here?
This is the center console.
And just as we did with the other vehicle, did you have an opportunity to document the trunk of that vehicle in
Yes.
67R?
Yes.
Did you have some additional involvement? I know you said you worked together with other crime scene units. Did you have some additional involvement back at your headquarters in processing evidence?
I did.
Or impounding evidence, excuse me.
I did receive evidence from another CST.
Do you, as crime scene, often attend autopsies at the medical examiner's office or transport materials from the medical examiner's office for potential investigations?
We do.
And do you, if you don't attend it, have the opportunity to assist others in impounding it or logging it or labeling it at your agency?
Yes.
All right, folks. This just in. Hold on while I. Where did it go? Where did it go? Lauren 90 from Lethal Lauren Show says regarding the Laura Owens and Mike Maricini's fundraiser, she says if the fundraiser gets to 50K by November 1st, she will get a tramp stamp. Folks, tomorrow's Slightly Buzzed Friday Law Show just got a new goal. Oh. Yep. We are getting Lauren a tramp stamp. Oh. All right, let's get back to trial.
In the event there is an item that you log or label, do you also document that in some way?
Yes.
Did you have an opportunity in this particular case to log the items that were collected from the autopsy of Charles Jones?
Yes, I received those items from CST crews.
Your Honor, may I have one moment?
Yes.
I'll pass the witness, Your Honor.
Okay, cross-examination.
Good morning.
Good morning.
All right, so in short, you took a lot of photographs in this case, correct?
I did, yes.
All right. You took photographs of 2 different vehicles?
2 different vehicles.
All right, at 2 different scenes.
Yes.
All right, and the photographs that you took of the Nissan Altima, do you know whose car that was?
I do not.
Do you know if it belonged to a victim or to a defendant?
No, I did not.
All right, so showing you what's in evidence is states 31U. Do you know whose firearm that is?
I do not.
Do you know if it belongs to a victim or a defendant?
I do not.
Showing 31V, do you know whose firearm that is?
No, I do not.
Do you know if it belongs to a victim or a defendant?
No, I do not.
And showing you 31T, is this the same firearm from the previous 2 exhibits?
Yes.
All right, so you don't know who this firearm belongs to?
No.
All right, and does anyone give you any context for the scene or the crime when you go out there and you take pictures?
Yes, the detective.
All right, so did they tell you whose car this was that you were taking photographs of?
They did not.
Other than take photographs, do you collect any evidence?
Yes.
You collected, I think, evidence you said from crime scene tech crews?
I did, yes.
All right. And that evidence was evidence from Charles Jones's autopsy?
Yes.
So different bullet fragments?
Bullet fragments, clothing, fingerprint cards, blood cards, anything that came from the autopsy.
Okay. And crime scene tech crews gives you these items, and what do you do with them?
In this case, I just packaged them and then put them into evidence.
Into like an evidence locker?
No, into evidence, our evidence control section.
Okay. After it goes to the evidence control section, do you have anything to do with it?
No.
All right. Do you process any evidence?
I do.
What do you do when you process evidence? Like, what are you processing it for?
So it depends. I could process for DNA, for fingerprints. I could do both.
Okay. In this case, did you process any of the evidence that you collected?
I did.
What evidence did you process?
I process. Do you want me to start per scene or?
We can start from the scene, yeah.
Okay. So I processed the vehicle on scene for fingerprints. I received items.
I'm sorry to cut you off. The vehicle on scene, which vehicle is that?
Oh, I'm sorry, the Nissan.
The Nissan? Okay, you processed the Nissan for fingerprints. What else?
I did. I processed items that I received from CSD Calderero. I processed the firearms.
And I don't mean to cut you off.
Sorry.
But you said CST Caldero, right?
Yes.
That's a different crime scene tech than crime scene tech crews.
Yes.
All right, so there's two crime scene techs.
Yes.
And those two crime scene techs, they go to the scene and they get certain pieces of evidence?
Yes.
And then they brought the evidence to you?
Yes.
All right, so from Caldero, the different crime scene tech, what did you process from Caldero?
Can I reference my report? And there's
Yes,
a lot
if
of
you need to
items.
refresh your memory, you can.
This is good work from the defense. They are nailing down
There
who
was a Red
collected
Bull
what
can,
from where.
Canada Dry bottle, Don Julio tequila bottle, and a firearm.
Okay. The firearm is from the Nissan Altima, the pictures that we just saw?
That was a different firearm.
A different firearm inside the Nissan Altima?
No, that was a
Where was-
firearm that I received from CST Calderero.
All right, do you know where CST Caldero got that firearm from?
No.
She didn't tell you?
No.
All right. And you processed the firearm for what, DNA and prints?
Yes, both of them.
All right, and DNA is different from prints, right?
Yes.
Prints are, if I put my finger on a particular surface, it may leave a print there, right?
Yes.
And DNA is like blood, saliva, bodily fluids, that sort of stuff.
Touch DNA, yes.
All right, so if I cough or if I sneeze, I might transfer DNA from myself to another surface, is that correct?
Yeah.
It's two different types of physical evidence.
Yes.
All right, and you processed the firearm for both?
For both.
All right. What else did you process?
I believe that was it.
Okay, so I got from Caldero, I got a Red Bull can, Canada Dry can, a Don Julio bottle, the alcohol, correct?
Yes.
And the firearm.
The firearm, yes.
All right. And then you processed the Nissan Altima for prints.
I processed the Nissan Altima for prints, and I processed the firearm that I got from the Nissan Altima.
So you processed two firearms.
I did.
All right. The second firearm, the one from the Nissan Altima, what did you process that for?
DNA and fingerprints.
So both. So both firearms are processed for both DNA and fingerprints.
Yes.
Okay. And when you process the firearm for DNA, you're taking a swab and you're wiping the firearm,
Yes.
and you're wiping it so that you can sort of collect any DNA that's on it.
Yes.
And you swab particular areas of the firearm, right?
Yes.
So like the slide, you would swab that area.
In specific, front side muscle, trigger grip, with the rear side slide, and the bottom of the magazine.
All right. And you will process or swab those particular areas because that's the place where you're most likely to get DNA. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. And that's what you're trained to do, correct?
Yes.
And you did that for both firearms.
I did.
All right. Do you actually do the analysis? So after you process the firearm, after you get the actual swab, do you then test that swab against some other DNA or other fingerprints out there to actually get the results?
No.
All right, that's another person's job.
Yes.
All right, so you have no idea whether this firearm or these firearms that you swabbed for DNA or you dusted for prints, you don't have any idea as to whether or who they came out to be.
No, I do not.
Hey,
Same thing for the
kid.
can and the
Have you
Red Bull
here?
can, the Don Julio bottle, and the Canada Dry. Same thing? You don't actually analyze what you process.
No.
Somebody else's job.
No, if I lift or if I swabbed, that is up to the detective to send it out. The fingerprint specifically, it goes to a latent examiner.
Got it. So the lead detective on the case, he fills out a sheet if he wants to have the DNA that you process, if he wants to have that analyzed. Is that correct?
I'm not sure their process is up to them, yeah.
So you don't know how he does it, but you know he's the person, the detective is the person that has to send the evidence out to a lab to get analyzed. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. Do you know if it got analyzed?
I do not.
I can assume by his questions that the lead detective did not send away
Other than take any photos,
all
other than
of the
process
things.
the Nissan Altima and for prints. And did you process the Nissan Altima for DNA as well, or just prints?
No, I believe CSD Caldero had already done that prior to my arrival.
Okay. When you say you believe, is that something you know for sure, or just You think?
I think.
Okay. All right. So the Nissan Altima for prints, the items from CST Caldero, the Red Bull, the Canada Dry, the Don Julio, and the firearm, and then and the firearm from the Nissan Altima. That's everything.
I believe so.
Okay. And why does crime scene tech crews give you the items to put away in evidence? Is that just how it rolls, how it goes?
It just depends on how much we have going on that day. And I was already working this specific case. I was already attached to the case.
Okay. All right. No further questions. Thank you.
Hey, read rec, just briefly, Your Honor. Ma'am, can you just tell us, when you arrive at the scene, you said you're given some statements. Are you asking for the rundown of, what are the facts, what are the motives of this case, all that stuff, or what information is the detective giving you so that you're able to process?
The detective gave me a brief synopsis and then they specifically tell me what they want me to do with that specific item, or in this case, the vehicle.
So if it is a shooting, they try to tell you there was a shooting so that you can look for entry, exit, projectiles, etc.
That's correct.
Is anyone telling you about the history of the case or the specific facts of the parties, anything like that at that time?
No.
When you are indicating that you process these items, you strictly mean to preserve them?
Yes.
So when you have indicated that you impound them after you have photographed, swabbed, lifted the prints, there is an expert that evaluates the fingerprints?
Yes.
There is an expert subsequently that would be contacted for DNA and all of the other things we've discussed.
Yes.
And your role is just to document the scene, collect that evidence, and ensure it's impounded and secured.
Yes.
No further questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay, this witness be excused?
Hmm?
Yes, Your Honor.
Now it got a little bit more interesting
All right,
when we got to
Jury, it's
actual
10:30.
evidence.
We'll go ahead and take our morning break, so
Yeah, we at least got actual evidence, not about Alicia Andrews, but at least some evidence.
we will be back at 10:40. All right.
All right. Okay, we can skip ahead. Skip ahead. Dun dun dun.
When we call this witness up, I'll send this to her out. She will make sure nobody's assisting.
Okay, very good. All right, let's bring in the jury.
All right. Slowly but surely, we are catching up. Told you.
Very good.
Do you swear to affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do, ma'am.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor. Please state your full name for the record.
Sergeant Anthony Portman,
How are you employed?
Tampa Police Department,
How long have you been with the Tampa Police Department?
approximately 23 years.
Were you working on June 23rd of 2024?
Yes, ma'am.
You said that you were a sergeant, is that correct?
That's correct.
What was your assignment at that time?
I run District 2, Squad 205. I have 6 officers under me that night, and we actually work from Fowler Avenue down to Bush Boulevard, and from 56 out to Armenia is our area of responsibility. And our scheduled time was from 1900 hours to 06:30 in the morning.
Okay. And I'm going to ask you specifically about June 23rd, 2024, the early morning hours. Did you respond to the home to suites located at 1606 McKinley Drive?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
What time did you receive a call regarding that hotel home to suites?
Approximately 4:40 in the morning.
Did you get any other information when you got dispatched out there?
There was just multiple shots fired and somebody was hit or injured.
How were you dressed on that particular time?
The same uniform I'm wearing currently.
And what type of vehicle do you drive?
At that time, I was driving a white Dodge Charger.
When you were responding to that location, how far away were you?
I was currently at 48th and Bush Boulevard. We were sitting at Truth Lounge because there's a club there that we were sitting on. Responded lights and sirens all the way up to Fowler Avenue and 40th Street.
Why were you at Truth Lounge? Is that Truth 18 Lounge?
Yes, ma'am.
How far away is Truth 18 Lounge from that hotel, that home to suites and Holiday Inn?
I'd say roughly about 3 miles.
Why were you at Truth 18?
Because we had multiple issues over the course of that year. If it's an after-hours kind of club, so we sat there to stop the people from gathering outside and causing issues.
Had you or anyone in your squad gotten any information or intelligence that a rapper by the name of Julio Foolio would be at that club that night?
Yes, ma'am.
Was that also one of the reasons why you were set up at that particular location?
We didn't know he was going there at that current time.
We knew he was going to be in the area and he might go to Teasers, which was off of Nebraska Avenue. But truth, we didn't know he was going to until later on.
While you were set up at Truth 18, did anything happen at that location at that point?
No, ma'am.
And you said you responded over to the hotel at 4:40 because in reference to shooting, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
How long did it take to get from where you were set up at Truth 18 to Home to Suites?
Probably roughly maybe 2 minutes.
What did you see when you were going to that location?
I was responding priority northbound on 40th Avenue towards Fowler Avenue. As I got to the intersection of 40th and Fowler, Home 2 Suites is to my left. I was going to have to make a U-turn in order to go into the hotel. At that point in time, a silver Hyundai came in front of me, basically through the intersection, over the sidewalk, over the curb area, through the bushes, and into the hotel. So at that time, I proceeded after that vehicle.
What did you do after that?
I followed that vehicle around the south side of Home 2 Suites all the way to the north side to where she stopped the car. They started exiting the car. 2 females and a male exited the vehicle. One of the females was yelling, "Hey, her boyfriend was shot. You know, check on him. Is he still alive?" So at that time, I looked over and saw the other vehicle.
What did you see when you saw the other vehicle?
I saw the vehicle sitting there, multiple bullet holes through the front windshield, and I also saw one gentleman laying inside the vehicle.
What did you do at that point?
I ran over to the vehicle to check if there's any signs of life. At that point in time, there's no signs of life. Noticed there was a blood trail running from the vehicle into the hotel. My other officers got on scene and proceeded into the hotel because we thought there possibly could be an active shooter inside the hotel.
Before we go into that, when you say that you checked for signs of life, how did you do that?
I checked for pulse, breathing.
Was there any pulse or was the victim breathing at that point?
No, ma'am, it was not.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 2E. It's already in evidence. Do you recognize the vehicles in this photograph?
Yes, ma'am. The vehicle on the right is the one I stopped with the doors open. That's where the people got out of, and then the vehicle to the left is the one with the bullet holes and where the gentleman was laying.
And part of you, when you were testifying, you said that that vehicle, in order to get back into this hotel, did it leave the roadway at some point to make this entrance?
Yes, ma'am. It actually crossed over the curb area, sidewalk, and through bushes in order to get back into the hotel.
Did you have any concerns about this vehicle initially when you first came into contact with the vehicle?
I thought it was part of the scene somehow.
And you said at some point your other officers from your unit, ones that you supervised, arrived. Is that correct?
Yes.
Approximately how many officers arrived?
6.
And you said what was your first priority?
My first priority was life-saving at that point, so we wanted to make sure he was still alive to get the fire in there, and then second of all, to check inside the hotel to make sure there's nothing going inside the hotel.
Did officers from the USF Police Department also respond and assist?
Yes, they showed up just after I got there.
Did you go into any of the hotels?
I went into the hotel that's next to the Home 2 Suites. I forget the name of it.
Is it the Holiday Inn?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Why did you focus on that particular hotel?
Because if you, later on, you'll see a blood trail running from the vehicle across the sidewalk into that hotel. And then once inside the hotel, there's multiple blood everywhere inside the front doors.
How many of your officers responded to the Holiday Inn?
All 6 of them.
What did you do once you got to the Holiday Inn?
Once we got this secured outside, I had USF PD stay with the people that were outside in this vehicle to secure this scene. Officer God Charles found the bullet casings at the Home 2 Suite, so he stayed at that scene. The other officers ran into the hotel to start doing basically a search to see if there was anybody in the hotel with a firearm or anybody else that needed injuries because of all the blood.
Why do you have Officer Guard Charles post at the scene where you find the shell casings?
Because that's the primary scene.
And you said the others all then proceeded into the hotel, the Holiday Inn. Did you proceed with them?
Yes, ma'am.
What happened once you got into the Holiday Inn?
We started doing a coordinated search of the hotel, just going up and down all the hallways, all the stairwells. Once we got into the first part of the hotel.
Okay. Another cop testifying about we walked into the hotel.
There's main blood all over the front steps as you go into the hotel. And then we went to the left, and there's actually blood on one of the door handles. So we stopped at that door to make sure the people inside there were okay and that nobody went into that room because it looked like somebody entered that room.
Were you able to do that and confirm whether or not there was anybody in that room associated with the event that happened outside?
Yes, ma'am. There was nobody associated. They opened the door and said everything was fine. And then we proceeded to the elevator where the blood continued up through the elevator.
During the course of your search, not only on the first floor but other floors, are there occupied guests in that Holiday Inn?
Yes, ma'am.
Well, can you tell the jury, and you don't have to go into each one, but are there guests that are trying to exit or opening the doors or having questions as you're doing this clearing of the hotel?
Yes.
And you said that you were able to confirm, especially the door that had the blood on it, that there were not any suspects in that room. Is that correct?
That's correct, ma'am.
Where did you go after that?
I proceeded up the elevator to the third floor where 2 of my officers were, Officer Conway and Officer Gale, because they were with the two subjects that were actually shot from the vehicle.
Okay.
They were on the third floor.
What happened once you got to the third floor and made contact with those two officers?
I exited the hallway, saw that they were giving basically life-saving measures, trying to take care of the blood, and just looked around, made sure that floor was secured, and proceeded to the fourth floor to secure that floor.
Did it appear that both of those persons that were in contact with your law enforcement officers on the third floor had injuries?
Yes, they did, from what I saw.
And what did you do at that point?
After we got done securing the hotel, I went back outside trying to get the fire department to come in to take care of the two subjects on the third floor, and then started getting more officers with my lieutenant to the scene from the rest of the department to try to secure the rest of the scenes that we had going on.
Did USF Police Department, while you and your officers were clearing the Holiday Inn and that hotel, did they stay outside in this area 2E where the vehicle containing the victim was to make sure, again, that no one else is going inside that vehicle?
Yes, ma'am.
Is eventually homicide detectives and a homicide sergeant called out to the scene to take over the investigation of the case?
Yes, ma'am, they were.
I've previously shown you several photographs of the Holiday Inn. Judge, at this time, we would introduce into evidence States Exhibit 2A through M, as well as 3A through P, and 4A through R.
Any objection?
No objection.
Be admitted.
Sergeant Portman, I'm going to start with 2A. Can you tell us, and let me minimize this a little bit, what is being depicted in 2A?
That's the entrance to the Holiday Inn. That's going to be off, it's facing towards Fowler Avenue.
And I'm going to go back just to 2E, if you can, and if you need to get down, you can. Can you point out from where the victim's vehicle is, where is kind of the pathway? You said there was some blood that you followed. Can you show us what pathway you and your officers took?
Okay, you'll see a pathway coming out of these doors towards that way, towards the front of the Holiday Inn.
And you can kind of see this brick building in that picture, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am, that's to the, if you go back to the other picture, it's to the right of that vehicle. So the Holiday Inn is actually to the right. Yes, ma'am. So.
And actually, I have a better angle. And what is in 2B?
That's going to be the victim's vehicle being shot up, and then the Holiday Inn directly behind it.
Is this a different angle of that captured? in
Yes, ma'am,
2C?
that's going to be the back side of the victim's vehicle.
And then 2B?
That will be the people that I stopped their vehicle.
And here is at the front of the Holiday Inn?
Yes, ma'am.
2F?
It will be the Holiday Inn and then the vehicle that I stopped going through the parking lot.
And then 2G?
Just the Holiday Inn.
Go to 2J?
That's the front like driveway entrance, and the front doors are to the right on that picture to enter the Holiday Inn.
And then can you see what's trying to be captured in 2J?
Yes, ma'am. You got the front doors of the Holiday Inn to the left, and then there's the blood trail going up the sidewalk and into the front doors.
And after the homicide unit arrived, did you brief them as to what you and your officers did when you first arrived on scene?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
And at this time, we pass the witness.
Okay, cross-examination.
Good morning, Sergeant Portman.
Good afternoon, sir.
Is it afternoon?
Hands close to it.
Okay. You discovered a Glock, or your unit discovered a Glock on Taifun McCray?
My unit did not, not that I'm aware of.
Did anyone discover a Glock on Taifun McCray?
Yes, someone at I believe it was HCSO at the Advent Health.
All right, and do you know who Taifun McCray is?
He's one of the people that we came in contact with.
One of the victims in the case?
Yes.
All right, did you yourself discover any guns or firearms?
I did not, no, sir.
Did anyone in TPD discover any firearms?
Not that I'm aware of.
All right.
I know the one at the university, or not the university, sorry, Advent Health, I know there was one there, but I'm not aware of the other ones.
The one at Advent Health, is that the same one we were just talking about for McCray?
I believe so.
Okay, so just one firearm that you know of?
That I know of, yes.
All right, and You did an initial investigation on the scene of the crime, right?
What do you include as initial investigation?
So just like going to the scene, trying to figure out what happened, trying to help people, that sort of thing?
Yes.
All right, and after that day, did you do any work on this case?
No, sir.
All right, so that was your sole involvement in the case?
That's correct. Is that night?
All right, so you don't have anything to say about whether Alicia Andrews intended to kill Charles Jones?
No, sir.
No further questions?
Okay, be right.
Just briefly. Sergeant Portman, you said that you were only aware of one firearm that was collected by an individual at Advent Health. Is that Advent Health Hospital? Is that correct?
That's correct.
And that would have been because that was reported by eventually the deputies to another one of your officers.
That's correct.
As far as any other guns or firearms that are recovered in this investigation, would that information be funneled to the case detective in the homicide unit?
Yes, it would be.
I have nothing further, Judge.
Okay, may this witness be excused?
Yes.
Thank you, you're free to go.
Thank you.
All right, state who's your next witness.
Judge, I believe it is Officer De Jesus with Mr. Harmon. Can I have a moment just to make sure?
Yes.
Yeah, if not, we'll call. Are you ready on De Jesus? Okay. Officer Bernardo De Jesus.
Okay, another officer that won't be testifying about Alicia Andrews is my guess.
Sir, affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes, ma'am.
Very good, Mr. Harmon, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. May it please the court. Good morning.
Good morning.
Can you please state your name and spell both names, please?
Yes, sir. My name is Bernardo De Jesus. My first name is spelled Bernardo. Last name is spelled Dejesus.
And where are you employed, sir?
The city of Tampa.
Okay, and what do you do with the city of Tampa?
I work for I'm a police officer for the street anti-crime unit as well as the bomb squad.
Okay, so you have two separate duties.
Yes, sir.
What is your rank?
I'm a master police officer.
Okay. Officer De Jesus, how long have you worked total time with the Tampa Police Department?
I just hit my 11-year anniversary with the Tampa Police Department.
Okay. Do you have prior law enforcement experience before that agency?
Yes, sir.
And where did you work prior to that?
I worked approximately 2.5 years at the City of Temple Terrace Police Department.
So I want to start with, was that your first experience in law enforcement?
Temple Terrace was, yes, sir.
Okay. And so Temple Terrace is a agency adjoining the city of Tampa. Their jurisdictions lay next to each other.
Yes, sir. It borders the City of Tampa to the east in Hillsborough County.
Okay. And so Temple Terrace actually is not too far from the crime scene in this case, correct?
No, it's probably approximately 10 to 15 blocks.
When, prior to working for Temple Terrace Police Department, did you attend a police academy?
I did, yes, sir.
And how long was that a police academy?
Approximately 6 to 7 months.
Okay. In that police academy, was there a component that dealt with firearms training?
Yes, sir.
How long was that component? Was that something that was consistent throughout the academy, or was there a designated time period?
There was a designated time period where the bulk of it happened, but I believe, if my memory serves me correctly, it was quite some time ago, that we did go back to the range several times.
Okay. And were you trained on the use of handguns and certain long guns?
Yes, sir.
The long guns that you were trained on, did that include AR platform rifles?
Yes, sir.
Prior to working at Temple Terrace, did you have experience with AR platform rifles?
Their military variant, yes, sir.
Okay. And were you in the military?
I was.
And what branch?
I served in the Marine Corps.
Okay. How long were you in the Marine Corps?
I'm assuming you're attempting to lay a predicate.
I am, Your Honor.
Opinion of his regarding AR-15s?
Yes,
the
Your
AR
Honor.
platform? Okay, overrule, go ahead.
Will you please repeat the question, sir?
Yes. How long were you in the Marine Corps?
4 years, sir.
So a single enlistment?
Yes, sir.
In the Marine Corps, did you receive training in certain small arms weapons platforms?
I did, yes, sir.
Did that include the M4 or CAR-15 and the M16?
Yes, sir.
Are those both AR platforms?
Yes, sir.
Or AR-style platforms?
They are.
And are both of those, at least as far as the military, chambered in 5.56?
Yes, sir.
Did you deploy in the Marine Corps?
Yes, sir, twice.
And did you utilize those weapons in combat in the Marine Corps?
Yes, sir.
And where was that?
I served on a PSD team in Iraq from 2008 until 2009, and then I served as a machine gunner in Afghanistan from 2009 to 2010.
Okay. When you worked for the city of Temple Terrace, were you certified under state of Florida guidelines as a law enforcement officer?
Yes, sir.
And to maintain that certification, did that require that you go through annual qualifications on firearms?
Yes, sir.
When you were with the city of Temple Terrace, did you qualify with a pistol?
Yes, sir.
And did you qualify with a long gun?
I did.
And which long gun did you qualify on?
With an AR-15.
And was that chambered in 5.56?
Yes, sir.
When you were with the city of Temple Terrace, did you carry an issued sidearm?
Yes, sir, I did.
And what type of firearm was that?
It was a Glock 22.
Okay, so that is a Glock manufactured handgun.
Yes, sir.
Since you have worked with the city of Tampa, have you carried a sidearm, whether it's issued or personally owned?
Yes, sir.
And what type of sidearm have you carried with the city of Tampa?
My initial firearm that was issued was a Smith & Wesson M&P chambered in .40 caliber. My second firearm was a 6-hour P320, and then I carry a Glock 47. Yes, Glock 47 chambered in 9mm.
Okay. And how many years have you carried the Glock pistol?
I would say at least 5 years.
All right. Now I want to back up. Outside of the Marine Corps and your law enforcement experience, do you have other experience in your personal life dealing with Glock firearms and AR-style rifles or platforms?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell the jury about that experience?
My other experience with firearms is competitive shooting.
Okay. And would that include USPSA competitions?
Yes, sir.
Would you consider yourself to be a firearms enthusiast?
Yes, sir.
Pursuant to your competitions in your personal life, do you train?
Yes, sir.
And is that frequent?
As frequent as I can, sir, yes.
Okay. And is that something that you have to do to stay competitive in those types of competitions?
I would argue competitive and proficient for my job.
And do you also compete and stay proficient in those competitions because that translates, like you just said, to being proficient as far as a police officer with your handgun?
Yes, sir.
Have you paid for and attended personally, out of your pocket, paid for firearms classes?
Yes, sir.
And have that included training where you're working with high-level, national-level handgun competitors?
Yes, sir.
Annually, how many rounds do you fire through Glock platforms?
I would say at least 10,000 rounds.
And have you maintained that rate of use of a Glock firearm over the last several years?
Yes, sir.
Do you maintain familiarity with the firearms community and the firearms industry?
To the best of my ability, yes, sir.
Are you familiar with the AR platform and its common chamberings?
Yes, sir.
Are you familiar with, you've talked about the 5.56 round, are you familiar with the 300 blackout round?
I am.
Is that a common chambering in an AR-15 platform?
Not as common as 5.56, but it is a semi-common chambering.
Okay. Are you familiar with companies that manufacture components for AR-15 rifles, such as Magpul?
Yes, sir.
Are you familiar with Sig Sauer, which is another firearms manufacturer?
Yes, sir.
Are you familiar with the companies that manufacture ammunition, such as Remington and Federal?
Yes, all the main ones, I am.
Okay. Are you familiar with a type of handgun ammunition known as Max Tech?
I am.
And the Max Tech chamberings in 9mm, is that a common range ammo?
Yes, it is.
Okay. So where are we going here?
Are you familiar with the term as it's utilized when attending range sessions or training with firearms, the term brass?
Yes.
What does that mean in that context?
Brass is a common usage term for the material or for the casing of a bullet or a projectile. It's not always brass, like the actual material. Sometimes it's aluminum or steel, but it's referred to as brass, which is the casing that holds the gunpowder and the projectile.
Okay. So just as an example, when you attend firearms training through the Tampa Police Department, and there's a range not too far from here, correct?
Yes, sir. It's on 34th Street.
And that's maintained by the city of Tampa?
Yes.
When you attend firearms training there, and they may now have some type of machine that does this, but are you typically ordered to either police your brass or pick it up?
Yes.
To clean up the range? And that means the expended shell casings when you're firing your handgun?
Yes, for semi-auto handguns, yes.
Semi-automatic handguns, is the AR-15 commonly a semi-automatic rifle?
It is.
And does it expel a shell casing when it fires?
Yes.
Same with a Glock pistol, a 9mm Glock pistol?
Yes, sir.
Are you familiar with an item known as a brass catcher?
Yes, I am.
And what is a brass catcher?
A brass catcher is something that is affixed to the ejection port of a firearm that is used to collect brass prior to it hitting the ground.
Okay. So are there brass catchers that are manufactured and produced for attachment to an AR-style rifle?
Yes.
So they're designed to catch the casings as they're coming out?
Yes, sir.
Into a mesh-type bag, basically? Yes. Okay. Are you familiar with...
No. I'm quite happy that they ask him all these questions, so he just can say yes or no. For me, it's very leading, but it saves time. Because otherwise, I suspect we would have one of these gun presentations but I'm not entirely sure what is he actually there to testify about.
With the term Glock switch.
I am.
Okay. And what is a Glock switch?
A Glock switch is an aftermarket piece that can replace the back plate on a Glock pistol, which allows the user to fire it in fully automatic or select fire.
Okay. Now, your familiarity with that, is that something you've become familiar with through your job as a police officer?
Yes, sir.
And also through following the firearms industry?
Yes.
Okay. Now, converting a Glock handgun with a switch to becoming a fully automatic weapon, is that legal?
Not without the proper documentation from the ATF.
Okay. And if you don't have that proper documentation, that is a federal criminal offense, isn't it?
Let's sustain the objection at this point.
Okay. Is that a device that the Glock company endorses for enthusiasts in the United States?
No, Glock has their own version of a fully automatic handgun.
Okay. And that's a regulated handgun?
Yes, sir.
A Class 3 regulated, fully automatic handgun?
Yes, sir. It's a Glock 18.
So that's not a gun that someone can walk into a gun store and buy without having the proper paperwork that they've obtained through the federal government?
Correct.
I want to call your attention to June 23rd of 2024. What was your assignment at that time in the Tampa Police Department?
I was a member of the District 2 Day Shift Street Anti-Crime Squad.
Okay. And when you were en route to work that day, were you dispatched or asked to respond to a homicide scene?
Yes, sir, I was.
And did another officer from your unit also respond?
Yes.
And is his last name also De Jesus?
It is.
Any relationship?
None.
And what's his first name?
Patrick.
Okay. So you and Officer Patrick De Jesus respond to this homicide scene. Is that located near the University of South Florida?
Yes, sir. It's to the south on Fowler Avenue.
Is that a hotel complex at McKinley and Fowler?
Yes, sir, it is.
Your Honor, I move to publish States Exhibit 1.
Okay.
I'm going to show you this overhead aerial photograph that's in evidence, States 1. Do you recognize what's depicted in the photograph?
I do.
Okay. When you responded, if you can just tell me where you first responded to, and then I will try to point it out on here, on the description.
Obviously, there was a lot of there were officers on scene already, so real estate was a little bit limited for parking. We parked our vehicle. If you look at the building that's parallel to the roadway, which is Fowler Avenue, we parked on the grass closest to the roadway in front of that structure.
Would that be this area here?
Roughly, yes, sir.
Okay. And did Officer Patrick De Jesus, did he also park his vehicle there?
Yeah, we rode together.
Oh, you rode together?
Yes,
Okay,
sir.
I didn't realize that. All right. When you arrived, did you make contact, first of all, with other officers on that scene?
Yes, sir.
And you indicated there were other officers. Did that include uniformed officers?
Yes, sir.
And did they have control and command of that scene at that point?
Yes, sir.
Was there a crime scene tape either up or being put up?
Yes, sir.
Did you observe a motor vehicle generally in this area here that appeared to have damage to it?
I did, yes, sir. As I documented in my report, I observed a black four-door Dodge Charger in that area.
Okay. And did you get close enough to it to see the damage?
Yes, sir.
All right. Are you familiar with that type of damage? Have you seen that before?
Yes, sir.
And what kind of damage was there to that car?
There were bullet shots throughout the front of the vehicle.
Okay. So bullet impacts or projectile impacts?
Yes, sir.
Did you get close enough to the car, or did you go close enough to it to see its contents?
I could see its contents, yes, sir.
All right. Could you see there was a deceased body in the car?
Yes, sir, I could.
And was that brought to your attention by other officers in the scene?
Yes, sir. Prior to my arrival, I was made aware by my supervisor that I was responding to a homicide scene.
Okay. Now, did you end up coming into contact with some civilian witnesses maybe up here in this area?
I did.
And did that include a Armani Turner and a young woman with the last name of Randolph?
Yes, sir.
And a Robert Howard?
Yes, sir.
And did you briefly speak with them and obtain what is known as pedigree information?
Yes, yes, sir. I spoke very briefly to them. As you said, I got their pedigree information, just trying to assist any way I can, getting names or date of births, addresses, just information where potential witnesses could be contacted later.
Okay. And did you note that they were not from the city of Tampa or the Tampa Bay area?
Yes, sir. I did think it was quite odd that everybody that was still on scene had Jacksonville addresses.
Okay. And was it brought to your attention that the deceased person was an individual named Charles Jones?
Yes.
And that he was also from Jacksonville?
Yes, sir.
Okay. When you were on scene, did you notate that family members of Mr. Jones arrived on scene?
Eventually.
Okay. How long were you at the scene?
I believe I left the scene probably approximately sometime between 11:30, 12 o'clock.
That's me. Showed up.
When you responded there with Officer Patrick De Jesus, was that at the request of your supervisor?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what were you requested to respond there for? Why were you going there?
So our responsibilities were just to assist patrol in any way we could. Night shift obviously took the call due to the hour that it initially came out. Those units were scheduled to be off shift by that time, so we were to help relieve units, gather information, assist in the investigation any way we could until homicide arrived on scene, and gather pedigree information like I did and try to relay that to kind of help them out.
Okay. And eventually, did homicide detectives and supervisors arrive on scene?
Yes, sir.
Did you make contact with them at some later point?
Yes, sir.
Did that include Detective Sergeant Rachel Cholnick?
Yes, sir, it did.
Are you familiar with Sergeant Cholnick?
I am.
Was she one of the detective sergeants of the homicide unit?
She is.
And as far as you know, are there multiple detectives assigned to the homicide unit?
Yes, sir, there are.
Is this the first homicide scene that you've been to while working at TPD?
No, sir.
In your experience responding to homicide scenes, do usually more than one homicide detective respond?
Yes, sir.
Usually several? Is that fair to say?
Yes, sir. Usually the supervisors and at least 2 detectives.
Did you at some point attempt to establish contact with an agency or a person in Jacksonville?
Yes, sir, I did.
And how did you go about doing that, and what did you do?
I just got on my phone and I Googled Jacksonville Sheriff's Office because I've never worked there, never worked with that agency. Made contact with, I couldn't tell you who the officer was that answered a desk phone or whatever line I was able to get a hold of. Explained my situation and asked if they had anybody in the gang unit or a detective that I could speak with that might have information or intelligence on potential gang members or gang activity.
Okay. Did you end up getting a return call or somehow making contact with a Detective Drabeck from the
Yes.
Jacksonville Sheriff's Office?
Yes, sir.
And did you speak with him and have a conversation with him?
I did.
After speaking with him, did you relay information you received from him to Detective Sergeant Cholnick and possibly to one of the CID captains?
Yes, sir, I did.
Okay. CID, what does that stand for?
Criminal Investigative Division.
Did you also pass information along to the City of Tampa Police Department gun unit?
I did, Detective McNamara.
Did you and Officer Patrick DeJesus provide additional assistance by writing preservation letters for Mr. Jones, Charles Jones' Instagram account and other potential involved parties?
Yeah, I was informed by Patrick DeJesus that he would be writing those preservation letters.
Okay. And a preservation letter, what is that and why is it done?
A preservation letter is just a request to a private company or Instagram or organization like a social media account such as Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, or X, whatever it's called now, just requesting that anything that is currently on the feed of a particular handle or name be saved and held in case it's attempted to be deleted.
Okay. And are you asking for that to be held so that at a later time, if probable cause is developed, that a search warrant can be obtained to then send to that company and obtain that information?
Yes, typically they'll give us a time frame in which that can be done in, and if a judge signs a search warrant, if a detective has probable cause, then they can access it.
Did either you or Detective Patrick DeJesus come across a post from Charles Jones earlier that day or at some prior time on his Instagram account demonstrating or showing him at a club known as Truth 18 here in Tampa?
Yes.
Based on that, did you or the other detective or Officer DeJesus or both of you respond to that location?
We did.
All right. And when you went there, were you attempting to obtain something or look for something?
Yes, we're attempting to locate any cameras on the exterior and see if we could watch the video, see if the victim was followed into the parking lot, or if we could see anybody in or around the victim's vehicle after he entered the nightclub.
Okay. When you arrived there, was that business open?
It was not, so we relayed the information of cameras, potential cameras at the location to my supervisor.
Officer, I'm going to show you some exhibits that are already in evidence. State 67G is in golf. Does this look like, first of all, the car that you saw within the crime scene with the bullet damage?
Yes, sir.
And is that damage shown in that photograph on the windshield and the hood area?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Here we go. States 31C. This has previously been identified in the evidence as a radio screen on a dashboard of a Nissan Altima, and I'd ask that you look at the areas I'm pointing to.
Haven't we already seen this?
This has been previously identified as a part of a projectile that was recovered. 31E. Officer, in your experience, and I'm talking about all of your experience you've had in your lifetime with firearms and seeing damage that has been caused to motor vehicles and other objects, when high-powered rifle rounds like 5.56 and 300 blackout, when they pass through an intermediate barrier such as automotive glass, does that, or can that, in your experience, have an effect on that projectile as far as the integrity of the bullet?
Objection, relevance, office 93.
Can you please repeat the question, please?
Yes, when 5.56 or 300 blackout rounds pass through intermediate barriers such as automotive glass or automotive sheet metal, can those barriers have an effect on the integrity of the bullet, the projectile itself?
Yes, sir. Typically, those rounds are jacketed with multiple types of metal, so they're designed to kind of come apart, especially through mediums such as tempered glass, which you find on automotive glass.
So the jacketing is on the exterior of the projectile?
Yes, sir.
And is it not uncommon for the jacketing to separate from the core?
Yes, sir, it is. It is common.
Is the core normally made out of lead?
Typically, yes, sir.
States 54A.
And now admitting.
Photographs taken during the execution of the search warrant at Jacksonville. You were not present for that, correct?
I was not.
Okay. So what?
States 53B.
Okay, so he was not present. So why are we doing this? If he's not present at the search with the search warrant, now he could have been after it was blah 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 and he walked in. But yeah, let's just see what it says.
States 53C. 53E. 53F. Let me ask you about this item here. Do you recognize the item?
Yes, sir, I do.
And what is that item?
That is what is referred to as a bikini cover for a 6-hour red dot optic.
And does it consist of two rubber cups that sit over the opposite ends of that optic?
Yes, sir, to protect the integrity of the glass when it's not in use.
Okay. And then the straps here are like pieces of rubber, like a rubber band that keep tension so they won't fall off of the optic?
Yes, sir.
And is that for an optic that is commonly mounted on a rifle?
Yes, sir, it is.
And that's produced by the company Sig Sauer, which is a firearms and ammunition manufacturing company, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
53G, is that a close-up of that?
I'm not sure which house they are talking about now. Whose house?
No, the items that were within that sink and that liquid have been removed onto a sheet of paper in this photograph. Do you see markings on these items that indicate to you that these are all related to firearm components or items that go with firearms?
Yes, sir.
All right, so I'm going to zoom in on these so you can talk about them. You just talked about an optic cover for a 6-hour optic. This package that says Romeo 5, is the Romeo 5 a optic that is manufactured by 6 Hour?
Yes, sir, it is.
And we can see here on the bottom the S and I of 6 Hour, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Going over here, we see, and I'm going to turn the photo, the beginnings of the word mag, and then there looks like there's a P. Are you familiar with that commercial sign there for a company?
Yes, sir, that is the insignia for Magpul Industries.
Magpul Industries produces, the majority of which is plastic components that are configured onto AR-15 rifles and also magazines.
Yes, sir.
Does that include magazines for 5.56 and 300 blackout?
Yes, sir.
Does it include magazines for, I think they're called P magazines, for Glock handguns?
Yes, sir, they do manufacture those.
And then States 53-1
Thank
is
you,
just a close-up
Marco.
of that Romeo
Thank you, Michelle.
packaging. We see here 1 by 20 millimeter. What does that designate?
That designates the aperture size of the optic.
Okay. And then it says side battery. Is that referring to the location of the battery that runs the optic, I guess, or the red dot, electronic red dot?
Yes, sir.
This packaging here that's been torn up, do you recognize what is depicted? That looks like a schematic.
Yes, sir, that is a chassis system where you can mount a Glock pistol mainly. They do make them for other manufacturers. You can mount it inside of that plastic chassis and turn your handgun into a rifle of sorts.
Okay. Something that gives you 3 points of contact when you're firing the gun?
Yes, sir.
Does that require the firearm to be basically the slide to be moved up inside of a brace, a plastic brace?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so would this be a photo of the brace without the handgun, and this would be with the handgun inside of it?
Yes, sir.
Up here on the top of this, again, we see PMAG 50, I believe, AR M4. What is that packaging for?
That's a PMAG drum magazine.
For an AR-15 M4 style AR rifle?
Yes, sir.
AR PMAGs made by Magpul, can they take both 5.56 and 300 blackout?
Yes, sir, they can.
On this Magpul packaging, and we see Magpul here, the full word, we see some writing here. What does all this stand for where my finger is above the barcode?
PMAG is the designation that Magpul has for their magazines. AR, Armor Light Rifle. M4 is a military designation for an AR pattern rifle. 5.56 by 45 is the caliber in which the magazine can support, and drum is the style of magazine.
Okay. And it says, or it has written on there D60. Is that for drum 60 round?
Yes, sir.
That would be a drum magazine that holds 60 rounds of 5.56 rifle ammunition?
Yes, sir.
And then just one more of the packaging here, Magpul PMAG, and is that basically the same, a package, or cutting from the same package?
It appears so, yes, sir.
Now, interestingly here, we see 5.56 times 45 NATO, you've already indicated that's common chambering in an AR-15. 223 Remington. Now, 223 Remington is a separate and different caliber, correct?
Yes, sir.
But can it be fired in a 5.56 rifle?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And is it commonly fired in a 5.56?
Just for the record, I don't think this guy is proffered as an expert witness, just knowledgeable about guns. So, okay.
Yes, it is actually just slightly more economical, so it's more common to see that caliber.
So we will probably hear from gun expert who talks about all of this one more time later in the trial. Yeah, I agree with Alicia. This is
Sentinel, this word up here, do you recognize that and this item, this object here?
I do.
What is that?
Sentinel is an economical company that manufactures gun safes.
Is this a gun safe?
It is.
why do you have to wait? Hold on here.
States.
Why are you bringing shade over that company, sir? Why are you bringing shade? All you had to do was say it's a gun safe. Why do you bring shade over that company?
54B, is that just another photograph of that?
It appears so.
Does it appear it has a combination electronic lock?
Yes, sir.
states 54D, the inside of the safe. Does that appear to be the inside?
Yes, sir.
And do safes commonly, gun safes like this commonly have built-in holders or holsters for, you see magazines on the bottom, and we see these two handguns.
Yes, sir.
54F.
Hello, Mr. Jingles.
Is this
Thank
a photo
you.
of shelving inside the
Thank you so much.
safe?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, in this photograph of the interior of the safe, I want to ask you about several of these items.
Fun size. Have they actually said her name today? Only in cross-examination, asking them, do you know who she is? Nope. Is the common answer. I mean, seriously, what's going on? Yes, Mr. Jingles is currently doing a taste test of me. Just in case Mr. Jingles gets hungry and I don't feed him enough. So, ow. Yeah, so Mr. Jingles is doing a taste test. Yeah. Good for you, Mr. Jingles. I'm quite sure in 20 odd years or so, when my time here is done, that, and if Mr. Jingles is still around, he will have a feast. All right. Yeah, it's checking to see if I'm tender yet. All right, back to try.
Over here on the left-hand side, what are these items?
As I'm viewing the picture, to the far left looks like a bolt-action or single-action rifle of some sort. As we move to the right, it appears to be, from what I can tell, some sort of pump-action shotgun. And then it looks like you have two AR pattern rifles in varying barrel lengths.
Okay. And this area here, this item, is that a brass catcher?
That is.
And does it appear to be attached to that rifle?
Yes, sir.
Now, up here on this shelf, we see another item here, and I'll zoom in on it. Does this appear to be another brass catcher that is not attached to a firearm?
It does.
This item here, is that the base plate of a rifle magazine?
That is a base plate of a 30-round PMAG.
BMAG, and that's made by Magpul.
Yes, sir.
Down here on the bottom, these two plastic cases, do you recognize those?
Yes, they appear.
Let me just check here. Oh, he's going on for long. I wonder if they get to cross-examination. Because all they do is... Let's do 57. Here's another gun. Here's another gun. Here's details. Here's ammo.
Are there standard loadings here in Florida? And
did we even get to cross-examination?
And those two magazines, a 9mm double stack magazine pistols, like the 19 and the 7.
Well, you can look up who purchased the guns.
Oh, cross-examination.
And
that 33-round magazine, if it's loaded into a Glock 19 or a Glock 17, how does that appear in the gun?
All right. I mean, we can only listen to this kind of... yeah, they had a lot of guns. They had a lot of accessories that are also maybe
you
shown.
know a lot about guns.
Somewhat.
All right. Do you know if Alicia Andrews knows anything about any of the guns that you mentioned?
No, sir.
You did not conduct a search warrant for the photos that you were describing earlier.
You are correct, sir.
I have no idea if any of the pew-pews were used
While I'm getting set up, who
in
took
the
those
crime.
photographs?
No clue, sir.
All right. Do you know which agency took the photographs?
Sounds like Jacksonville Sheriff's Office did, sir.
And is today the first time you're reviewing these photographs, or have you seen them before?
Today was the first time I've seen them.
So all he did... Why was this allowed? if all he did was to be there and talk about guns? He didn't take the photos. He wasn't there during the search. Can he proffer any of the photos? I mean, seriously, what's going on here? He sat for about an hour and talked about guns, and he has nothing to do with the case, it seems.
Do you know if any of these firearms were used in the murder of Julio Foolio, Charles Jones?
Like I said, sir, I wasn't there. I don't know the details of the firearms that were found at that location.
Do you know who these firearms belong to?
No, sir, I do not.
All right. Did someone tell you that the house that these firearms were recovered from is the house where Sean Gathright lives?
I don't know who resides there, sir.
All right. So you wouldn't know if Sean Gathright's mother also resides at that house?
You would be correct, sir.
And you wouldn't know if SeanGathright's mother is in the military or was in the military?
Speculation.
You can ask the question, just answer, you know, or not.
Facts, not evidence. Also.
Oh, Ro, go ahead, you can answer.
I'll ask the question again.
Thank you.
You would not know whether Sean Gathright's mother was in the military before, correct?
Correct.
All right. The safe.
So completely
You saw a photograph of a
unnecessary
safe, correct?
request.
Yes, sir.
A safe with some rifles inside of it?
Along with other things, yes, sir.
That safe was not broken into by the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office, correct?
I don't know what the mode of entry was to that safe, sir.
So you don't know if they used a key that they received from someone?
I already told you I don't know what mode of entry they use, sir.
And you don't know if the brass catchers that you saw in the photographs, you don't know if those brass catchers were used in the murder of Charles Jones, correct?
Correct.
This is good cross-examination, because I would assume, even though the jury might be half interested in looking at all these guns, now the defense are telling the jury, you have no idea if these were used in the crime or anything, do you? No, he has no idea. He was only there to talk about guns. He has nothing to do with this case. Why was he, first of all, why was he allowed to testify? And good for the defense to point this out. This guy has no knowledge, and he's still there. He's not proffered as an expert or anything. He didn't process it, nothing. For fuck's sake.
So showing you 54A, states 54A. You see the safe there?
Yes, sir.
Do you know whose room this is? This safe was found in?
No, sir.
This? Yes, I understand. Ooh, guns. Ooh, look at all the guns.
When people go to the the range, you said earlier that they use brass catchers to catch the brass that comes from the expelled projectiles. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Like normal, everyday people, right?
It's something that you can legally buy, yes, sir.
All right. And when you go to the range does not want all of your brass all over the place, correct?
Depending on the range, yes, sir.
They typically make you clean that up.
Yes, sir, they do.
You know who these firearms, who these weapons, who they were registered to?
No, sir.
Did you ever look that up?
It's against the Florida Constitution to have a gun registry, sir, so no.
Well, you can look up who purchased the guns, correct?
I can, but that's not a registry.
So, forget about the registry. Let me back up. In Florida, you can purchase a gun, you can get a bill of sale when you buy the gun, correct?
Yes, sir, you can.
And then there's this idea that a gun can be registered, but it can't be registered in Florida, right?
That would be correct.
All right, so there's no gun registry, correct?
That is correct.
But there's a record of who purchases firearms, right?
Yes, sir.
All right, so there's a registry, and then there's this record of who purchased the firearm, correct?
Yes, sir.
You never looked up the registry because it doesn't exist, right?
I didn't look it up, sir, because I've never seen those firearms in person.
Okay, and because you couldn't look up a registry even if you did see the firearms, right?
I could not look up a registry that does not exist, sir, no.
Correct.
But if you're asking about the bill of sale, I guess in
Well,
theory...
I'll get to that part. I just want to make sure we're on the same
sorry,
page
I
about
thought I was
the
answering your question, sir.
The registry first.
There is no registry, sir.
Correct. So the bill of sale, the record of who purchased the firearm, you never looked that up for any of these weapons?
No, sir.
So you don't know who these weapons belong to?
Judge, objection. That's two different things. That's a confusing question.
Well, you cleared it up, I'll read it back. Overruled.
Can you repeat the question, please?
Yeah.
Good job,
You don't
Judge.
know who purchased the firearms, correct?
That would be correct, sir.
And you don't know who the firearms belong to.
That would be correct.
You don't even know if Sean Gafford ever touched these firearms before.
You would be correct.
This is good cross-examination.
Do they make brass catchers for Glocks?
Don't know, sir.
Is there any way to put a brass catcher on a pistol?
I don't know. I've never attempted it, sir.
This photograph, 54, Stacy to the 54, looks like 2, Roman number 2. Or maybe that's II.
I think it's II.
II.
Or is it LL?
Or
It's L is in Lima, LL.
it's in lowercase. So for the record, 54 LL. Do you see the wording on the firearm there?
Yes, sir, I do.
The "Don't tread on me." Are you familiar with what that is? Is that like? Tell me first. Are you familiar with it?
I am.
Okay. What does that signify?
In popular culture or in history?
Let's start with popular culture.
In popular culture, it's used by a lot of people who, who I guess feel like it emboldens them to put something like that on their firearm.
And then you said another definition?
Well, in history, it's a naval flag, sir.
A naval flag?
Yes, sir.
Like for someone in the military?
Well, if they were in the military in the 1800s, yes, sir.
All right.
Prosecutor is not happy because the defense is kind of ruining this witness for them.
Do you know why there was packaging inside the sink?
He was going, ooh, guns, ooh. You're in fucking Florida. People have guns. I mean, yeah, well, oh, look at all the guns. People tend to have more than one. To my understanding, was not so far at least, has the prosecution said that these guns were illegally obtained. To my knowledge, they might get to it, but the focus here is this guy has no fucking clue. He was only there to go, boo, guns. And the defense is kind of demolishing that by showing the jury, look at what the prosecution is doing. They are wasting your time. This up to 2 week trial could be a lot shorter, and you could be home with your families. That is what is showing here.
At the home.
No clue, sir.
So showing you Exhibit 53A. You don't know why that packaging was in the sink.
No idea, sir.
You don't know who put it there.
No, sir.
You don't know if JSO put it there.
Never been to that residence, sir.
And no one told you anything about it.
No, sir.
Yep, I agree, John Gary. It is straw man, but this is one of the times I would say that the straw man is used properly.
All right. Well, given that you did not take the photographs, that you don't know anything about who owned or possessed the firearms or whether these firearms were used in this murder, is there any particular reason why you're testifying about these firearms?
Sir, I'm only answering the questions that I'm asked.
And then you mentioned ATK and 6 Block, right?
I did not mention that, sir.
Well, the state mentioned it to you, and you said you never heard about 6 Block?
He asked me if prior to my involvement with this case, had I ever heard of those organizations, and I answered the question.
Right, so you all mentioned 6 Block on direct, correct?
I'm sorry, repeat the question. I don't understand what you're trying to ask me.
I'm asking you if on direct examination the state asked you about 6 Block. Do you remember that question?
Yes.
All right. Since this investigation started, did you learn what 6 Block is?
I learned during this investigation of the organization, and that's the extent of my knowledge of them, sir.
All right. When you called over to jail,
Even the cop refuses to call them a gang.
JSO, on the day of the investigation of the murder, someone from JSO told you about 6 Block.
Yes, sir.
They told you that the victims that you came across, they were members of 6 Block, right?
Yes, sir.
That include Julio Foolio,
Yes, sir.
Charles Jones, right?
Yes, sir.
Gino Norris.
I don't have a roster of who 6 Block is, sir.
So you don't remember the names, correct?
No, sir.
But you were told that the victims were members of 6 Block.
Objection, hearsay.
Well, he's opened the door, so to the extent you remember, you can answer, but go ahead, if you remember.
You were told that the victims were members of 6 Block.
Yes, sir.
No further questions.
Okay, redirect.
Officer De Jesus, the "Don't Tread on Me" symbol that we saw on that rifle, is that commonly placed on firearms in the Second Amendment community?
Yes, sir.
In the firearms community?
Yes, sir.
Is it commonly seen in firearms manufacturing on firearms?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you said it's a naval flag.
Yes, sir.
Have you ever heard it referred to as a Gadsden flag?
I have.
Okay. And are you aware of the fact that during the Revolutionary War and just prior, that Americans in this country utilized that flag to tell the British not to tread on them?
Yes, sir.
Overruled, go ahead.
Okay. And it just seems, is it not as a patriotic flag to a lot of people in this country?
Yes, sir.
Now, I want to talk to you about, because I think there's some confusion here about firearms registries and bills of sale. Is there a firearm registry in the state of Florida?
No, sir.
You can buy a gun and it's not registered, correct?
Correct.
In fact, you cannot register, a manufacturer, a seller, a retailer cannot register a firearm.
That's correct.
In this state. It violates state law, correct?
Yes, sir.
Because it's an infringement on the Second Amendment, correct? Is it an infringement on the Second Amendment?
It is against the Florida Constitution for there to be a registry within the state of Florida.
And that's a section of the Florida Constitution that mirrors the Second Amendment?
Yes, sir.
Okay. But when you buy a gun in this state, there are certain forms that have to be filled out. I believe they are ATF regulation forms.
Yes, sir.
In law enforcement, is there a database through the ATF that state agencies such as the Tampa Police Department or city agencies can utilize to find out the original sale of that firearm?
Yes, sir.
Now, once the original sale of the firearm occurs, can the person who possesses the firearm then make a private sale to another individual?
Yes, sir.
And in the state of Florida, is that required to be tracked in any way?
No, sir.
Have you ever tried to track the original sale and owners of firearms?
No, sir.
Overruled.
Have you done that in
Go
your career
ahead.
with the Tampa Police Department?
No, sir.
You're not aware of tracking, doing an ATF track?
I'm aware of it. I've never done it.
Okay, all right. You've seen it done by other officers in your agency?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And if you determine who the original purchaser is, the original purchaser is, that will also show the original seller or retailer?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And when firearms are sold, they have to be sold through a federal firearms licensed agency or retailer?
Rephrase.
Sure. When a gun is sold in this state or any state in the union, does it have to occur through an FFL?
Yes, sir.
And again, tracking that original sale, is that necessarily going to tell you who owns the gun or who it belongs to?
No, sir.
And since you were asked to speculate about the sheriff's office in Jacksonville, let me ask you a couple of questions. Do you know if the state of Florida in this trial has called anyone from the Jacksonville sheriff's office so far?
No, sir.
Do you know if we plan to?
No, sir.
Do you know if we plan to call Jacksonville Sheriff's Office detectives this Monday?
No, sir.
Are you aware of the fact that they may be traveling here to testify
No, sir.
about the search warrant and those photographs?
No, sir.
I have nothing else, Your Honor.
Okay, may this witness be excused?
That was not
Okay, thank you, you're free to
a
go.
good
All right, it's
cross-examination.
12:15, so we will go ahead and take our lunch.
That was not a good redirect. The prosecution was clearly angry about what that the defense, more or less told the jury, look at the prosecution was wasting your time. And I do believe that will be almost a red thread throughout the state's case. It will be the defense pointing out, do you know Alicia Andrews? No. Have you ever seen her? No. And this guy, an hour talking about guns, and then in 10 minutes, the defense, you have no idea who owned it. So, I mean, seriously.
recess. We will reconvene at 1:15. Just remember my previous admonition while we're on the break, don't talk to anybody, including each other, about the case. Don't read, watch, listen to any news accounts, and don't do any independent investigation. All right, see you guys at 1:15.
All right. Now, the judge, they had a motion this morning regarding something. I hope they will address it.
Remote and irrelevant. Do you guys want to take up the defense motion to exclude remote and irrelevant text messages that was filed by Ms. White at 1:46 in the morning? You don't even look tired, Ms. White. Okay, you want to talk about it now, or?
Can we do it right after lunch, or?
That's fine. So you guys be back here at 1:10. Okay? All right.
You're going to give them...
I did. Clerk, print it up for me.
All right, folks. There's 20 minutes left, or something, 25 minutes. Or, no, 1:10, so 15 minutes. I'm going to do it like this, that I am going to start... I'm going to do an afternoon stream, because we are caught up. We are caught up, folks. We are caught up. So, because I visit the big boys room, getting a snack, stuff like that. So hold on here while I... Sorry. StreamYard. No, not StreamYard. I already... Canva. Thumbnail. Day 2 p.m. Dun, dun, dun. Dun, dun, dun. I'm almost done. So I can redirect you to that one. Hold on. There. Dun, 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 dun. Scheduled for later. I'll schedule it for... Yeah, I will schedule it for 20 past. So we can listen and then talk about it, because we will catch up. We will definitely catch up. Dun, dun, dun. Customize. Creating. Come on. There. And let me just put in the redirect. Customization. Redirect. No. That one. Save. All right, folks. I will, well, I can't redirect Twitch or Rumble, but keep a lookout. So I will put it up. So you just go there if you choose Twitch or Rumble, but YouTube, you will be redirected. Dave, great. Past hour and 15 minutes, they had a guy on to talk about guns. He wasn't proffered as an expert. He was just talking about guns they found during a search, under a search warrant. He wasn't there during the search. As a matter of fact, today was the first time he saw the pictures of the things, and he spent an hour talking about the guns. So that was fun. And that was more or less the only really interesting thing that happened today. And let's see what happens after lunch, which will be, I will see you back here in 20 minutes, and redirect will go on. Yeah, thank you, folks. Thank you for being here. Thank you to Horse Welfare. Thank you so much. And something I forgot yesterday is to thank you to Turnips for $20. Thank you so much via PayPal. Thank you so much. All right, I will see you in 20 minutes. Have a good one. And see you in a bit. All right. See ya. Bye-bye.